think you're muted.
Okay, so I'm Anya Jovenpoli.
And I'm Anya Jovenpoli, and we're rising 7th graders.
I'm part of the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club.
The name of our project is called the Glow Visibility Globe.
So the problem we're trying to solve through our project is to decrease the number of injuries and deaths caused by car accidents. So in 2017, 5,977 pedestrians were killed in traffic crashes in the United States. That's about one death every 88 minutes. Additionally, an estimated 137,000 pedestrians were treated in emergency departments for non-fatal crash-related injuries. 122,000 runners get hit by cars and end up in the hospital every year. Motor vehicle accidents are causing fatalities across the world every day. In 2016, 18,477 cyclists were injured in
So the Glow Visibility Globe helps pedestrians, joggers, bikers, and runners, and helps them be noticed by automobile drivers when it's dark or when there's poor visibility outside. And the glove could help prevent many accidents on the road, and as a result, it could save many lives. And the glove works on a battery-powered lily pad, which lights up the connected LEDs when the light falls below a set threshold. The glowing LEDs will help catch the driver's attention, safe distance, giving the driver time to slow down or stop if necessary. We chose the project so we could help decrease the number of injuries and deaths caused by motor vehicle accidents.
So the components we use in our product are a glove, the LilyPad ProtoSnap Plus, a battery, LEDs, a light sensor, a push button, and conductive thread.
So product features. So we focused on making the product feature rich and customizable while keeping the product affordable. So the Glow Visibility Globe, it has 3 lighting patterns and 2 different lighting modes. And 3 different lighting patterns determine how the LED should light up, while the lighting modes determine when it should light up. And the first lighting mode is the light sensor mode, and this is the default mode. And in this mode, the light sensor senses for light around the glove, and if there's poor lighting condition around the glove, then the LEDs will light up. But if there's a sufficient amount of light, then the LEDs will not light up. To switch between modes, you have to press and hold the button. The second lighting mode is the always on mode. And in this mode, the LEDs are on no matter how much light is around the glove. The first lighting pattern is when all the LEDs are on. And to switch between lighting patterns, you have to click the button once. The second lighting pattern is when half the LEDs blink while the other LEDs are off. The last and final lighting pattern is when all the LEDs blink alternatively. So, for example, an odd set of LEDs will blink while the even set is on, and then the even set will blink while the odd set is on.
So this is the circuit diagram, and so this is the button, the LEDs, the LilyPad, and the light sensor, and it's connected through conductive thread. So the button, one side of the button is connected to a pin on the LilyPad, the other one is connected to ground on the LilyPad, and the positive terminal of the light sensor is connected to the positive on the LilyPad, the negative terminal is connected to ground, and the third side of the light sensor is connected to an A2 on the LilyPad. And then all the negative terminals of the LEDs are connected to ground, and then the positive terminals of the LEDs are connected to the pin, like different pins on the LilyPad.
So I'm going to go over the code overview. So the first thing we do is we declare variables. So for the pin numbers, and then it's for the sensors and the buttons and the LEDs. And we define the darkness threshold and lighting patterns and modes for the LEDs. So we have 50 units as the limit for the threshold. And if the light sensor senses less than 50 units, then the LEDs will light up. But if it senses 50 or more, then the LEDs will not glow. So we set the appropriate pin modes for the components in the set method, and the setup method runs only once. In the loop method, we perform the steps repeatedly since in loop, the cycle keeps on going. So we cycle through the 3 lighting patterns and the modes, and we get the reading from the light sensor. And based on the current LED lighting mode, we set up the lighting LED color to blue or red, because if it's on the if it's on the light sensor mode, then the LED in the middle will be blue, but if it's on the always on mode, then the LED in the middle will be red. So depending on the current LED lighting patterns and modes, either we light up the LEDs in the appropriate pattern or we turn the LEDs off.
Feature enhancements. So one of the things we want to add in the future is like to use a smaller lily pad so we can decrease the form factor. We also want to stitch the circuit onto pieces of fabric so we can put those onto other things like safety vests, jackets, and bags. So you can have more options. We also want to add more sensors to our project. And some of the challenges we faced were to like fit the whole circuit onto the glove. And we also had some trouble stitching the circuit without having the thread losing its conductivity.
So thank you for listening to our presentation.
I'm gonna start a live demo.
So this is the glow visibility glove, and when I turn it on right now, when I point it at the light, the LEDs are not blinking, but the LED in the middle is blue, and that's because it's on the lighting mode. But when I block, okay, so right now there is light around the glove, and the LEDs are not blinking, or they're not glowing right now. But once I block the light sensor with my hand, the LEDs start to glow. And if I want to switch the mode to the always on mode, I have to hold the button. And I'm on the always on mode because the LED in the center is red. So the LEDs in the always on mode are on no matter how much light is around the glove.
So our glove has 3 patterns. The first was the default mode where all the LEDs stay on. And to switch patterns, we just have to click the button. So when I click it, half the LEDs are blinking while the other 2 just stay on. And then when I click it for the 3rd time, all of them blink alternately. And half the LEDs are on, the other ones are off. And this is our project.
Are there any questions?
So as you can see, when we put light at it, the LEDs are turning off. But when we take away light and it's darker,
and
the LEDs
when we
turn
cover the lily pad, the LEDs start to glow. But once we shine the light on the lily pad, on the light sensor, sorry, the LEDs are not glowing.
Thank you.
There's a lot of sound, right?
Are there any questions?
No questions? Okay, you guys did amazing. Please give Anirudh and Ananya a big round of applause. Good presentation, guys. Okay, so next up presenting is Sumedha Sabani, and she's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and she's presenting the portable stress detector. The portable stress detector will help people detect their level of stress using a heart rate sensor and galvanic sensor in response to your stress. So please give Sumi a big round of applause.
No, you just take a slides. This is for yeah. So you do it. That's good. Change the code. Change the code. Selection. So then demo comes over.
Hi everyone, my name is TVAsia Telugu. I'm from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and so I will be showing you the portable stress detector. Okay, the problem. So 1 in 5 teens suffer with severe stress, and 44% of adults also suffer with severe stress. Okay, what is the cause of stress? Anything that puts high demand on a person, such as homework, a difficult task at hand, public presentations, etc., cause stress. More than 1/3 of teens report feeling overwhelmed and tired, which causes stress. Nearly 1/4 of teens reported skipping a meal when stressed. Symptoms of stress include the cognitive symptoms are memory problems, not being able to concentrate. The emotional symptoms include loneliness, isolation, and feeling overwhelmed. The physical symptoms are aches, pains, nausea, dizziness, and sweating. The behavioral symptoms are eating more or less, nervous habits, and withdrawing from others. What can stress lead to? It can lead to multiple mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and personal disorders, cardiovascular diseases, high blood pressure, heart disease, heart attacks, and abnormal heart rhythms. It can also lead to headaches, muscle tension, upset stomachs, overheating and underheating, social withdrawal, and anger and irritableness. The solution. My solution to this problem is the portable stress detector. The portable stress detector is a device that can help you detect high amounts of stress. It detects your GSR value in hertz and detects your heart rate in beats per minute. The normal value BPM of a person is 60 to 100. Anything over 100 is very unhealthy, and it can also detect stress. The final value displayed on the serial monitor will determine the level of stress a person is at. The components I used for this project is the Arduino microcontroller, jumper wires, a breadboard, and GSR sensor and a pulse rate sensor. A GSR sensor stands for galvanic skin response. It refers to the change in sweat gland activity, which reflects the intensity of emotional change, in this case, stress. A pulse rate sensor measures BPM using an optical LED source. The light reflections will vary as blood pulses under the skin. My code includes the GSR value and the value of the pulse rate combining to create one value on the serial monitor, which will then detect the amount of change and an emotional change. The challenges I faced creating this project are creating an algorithm that combines two values of GSR and BPM, and to make the device portable with a display screen to read the values easily. My future plans for this product is to create an algorithm to be able to detect any emotion using the data provided by the GSR sensor and pulse rate monitor, such as happiness, sadness, and anger. So some tips to deal with stress are to practice relaxation methods such as deep breathing, meditation, and yoga. Surround yourself with others. Set aside time for your personal, enjoyable hobbies. Attend therapy, and aim to find ways and activities to manage your stress. Thank you for listening, and I will show you my live demo.
share this. That's it. Share screen first. Share screen first. This one. Sure. This one. Yeah.
Okay, so to begin the process of how a user will use this, so this is the GSR sensor. It's 2 little finger sleeves, and this is the pulse rate for a person to place their finger on. You will have to first put the finger sleeves onto your index and middle finger. The sensors are the 2 little metal things right here. And the pulse rate,
Share the
you
screen.
have,
Share the screen.
I can do that.
Okay, share this.
The pulse rate sensor, you have to place your finger onto the green light, and that this one. You have to place your finger, and as you can see on the screen on the stereo monitor, it shows that a heartbeat happens, the rate at which it's at, and if there is an emotion change, it will mention that. Right now, there is no emotion change in me, a stress emotion to be specific, so it will not say that. But the numbers that are appearing on the stereo monitor are both the GSR and the pulse rate of my body. The GSR value will show up if there's any sweat on my fingers, which therefore examines stress. As you can see, it says emotion change detected.
I can try.
Okay, yeah, we'll have a
Walk around.
test subject.
I'm stressed out. Maybe I should be using this one. Let's go.
There you go. A detector over here. Emotion detector. Yeah.
Yeah, they stressed me a lot.
No, no, this finger.
Yeah, you can see that. You can see the emotion change detected. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a new person, obviously, and
changes.
you have to pulse it, so off and on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, so the text is his heartbeat and obviously his GSR value, stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live case.
Yeah. So I'm stressed. Meditation?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for me?
I have a question.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Is this kind of product already available in the market? If not, how much does it cost to produce one?
Yeah. So there are apps online that can usually stress is a personal based level, right? Only like the being themselves know if they're stressed and how to control them. From my research, there isn't a product like this out there. And if there is, it's not portable. Usually if you are at a therapist or anything like that, they usually just detect your general pulse rate, which as it increases, the more stressed you are, but there's not a product like this out there that is portable.
I have a question. What does
Yeah.
GSR stand for?
GSR stands for galvanic skin response. So that's the sweat glands that detects the sweat glands on your fingers. So usually when someone's stressed, they tend to sweat. So that detects on your fingers.
Okay.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if it's like possible, but like, what if your heartbeat's below 60? What if it, like, what will it detect or say if it's below?
For this product itself, it's just for stress. So anything below 60 will show up normal. Anything above 100 will show up as an emotional change, therefore stress.
And also the GSR, like, what if a person is only sweating not because of stress, but because it's either hot in the room or they just came from outside because they played or something?
That's where the pulse rate comes in. So if the pulse rate is normal and the sweat is not normal, then it's obviously the temperature. But if both are showing active as the pulse rate is increasing, then that's stress.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause. That was a really good presentation, Sumi. Okay, so next up we have Tvasiatelugu, and she's from Loudon Innovation 4-H Club in Ashburn, Virginia, and her project is the Plant Partner. The Plant Partner is a device that waters your plants based on the moisture levels and water levels. So please give Shravya a big round of applause.
Hi, my name is Robbinsville. I'm a rising junior, and my makeup for project is the Plant Partner. What's the issue? So plants are dependent on their environment to get their nutrients and stuff, and like a lot of indoor plants, we're responsible to feed them. So I created the Plant Partner so it could feed the plants for us, and we didn't have to worry about overfeeding or underfeeding them, and yeah, just prevent inconveniences. So what is a Plant Partner? This device constantly monitors soil moisture statistics and feeds your plant water accordingly. It consists of two sensors that work alongside each other, that the water level sensor and the moisture sensor. First, it detects if there is enough water supply to the plant. If there is, then it goes and checks the soil moisture statistics. The plant is then given as much water as that is necessary to satisfy its needs. Water is sent to the plant through a pump, which is activated by the infrared remote sensor. When the pump is active, the LCD displays pump on to notify the owner that the device is now on. Once the plant receives its desired amount of water, the pump stops and shows as pump off. Components. I used a moisture level sensor, a water level sensor, a pump, an infrared remote sensor, a motor drive chip, and jumper wires, resistors, and the Arduino board. This is the code, and it basically just means that it checks if the water's available first, and then goes and checks the moisture, and then feeds the water. And feature advancements, I was thinking about adding a Bluetooth module or an app, so it's easy access. You can do it from your phone and check up on your plants and stuff. This is the circuit. This is the final product, and I have another device that I'm doing my demo on.
Spotlight the other device. Okay, we'll spotlight that device.
Okay.
Can you please be close to the mic? We are not able to hear properly.
Shravya, can you stop sharing your screen so that I can spotlight
Yeah.
the device?
Shravya, you
Yeah.
should speak little loud so people can hear it and have some energy also. Okay, great going, and well done. Let's share your second monitor to demo the work.
Okay.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, we are ready to go.
Okay, so
Wait a second. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
this is the final product. This is basically this is his final product. This is the box I created, and basically this is the circuit inside, and this is the remote to turn it on with. So I'm gonna click 1, and it's gonna turn on the pump that sends water to the plant, And this is like the water level sensor. As I said, it like detects if there's water available to send to the plant, and it's gonna keep like sending water to the plant until like it satisfies like the amount it needs. And this is the LCD display. It basically just like shows that the pump is like active right now. And so I can show how like if I take the water level sensor out, it basically like just stops because there's like it like notices there's no water left. This is the moisture level sensor. It just like detects, it just like sends statistics of like how moist the water is. And right now it's stopped because it's been sending water for a while, and that's like how much the plant needs. And yeah, it shows the pump is off, and yeah, that's it for my demo. Any questions?
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
This is basically Anisha's project, right? Like
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's, I think it's a two different concepts, right? Like
Yeah. I added a water. I mean, like he did just like water level. I did his like is based on water level. And mine is like more of a soil moisture thing. That's like what it's like based off of, and that's like how it waters.
Yeah.
Another difference is about the build of the motor. So you guys use different motors to water pump, right?
Mhm.
So one was built, and then you use a different motor to power the water,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Mhm.
The idea is different, but the concept is.
So it's basically like it comes to as an end product, right? So you can't like Anish one is he went and invented a pump how you can make your own pump, right? And he used the chip, right? Like how you can make motor shield and all. So when it comes to Shravya one, she fabricated like the programming and then real moisture sensor, the more accurate and more clear cut, like you will see it, not the water level one. So it's two different projects, but the concept is same, right? So he built the motor, and he built the machine, and together can be a good product. So that's what we are going to do. So that's these two products can be together and become a vital plant project, which we are talking about it. Put the physiology to the plant and monitor physiology of the plant. That's the next vision of these two. That's what we like, collaboration, younger kid and older kid, like, going towards the youth leadership, mentoring, and then how they work together to come up with the product, right? So that's what the youth leadership and entrepreneur, what it means. So yeah, great going, Shravya. It's not easy, and the way I see the casing and showing the values on the monitor, like on the LCD screen. Yeah, good going, and I wish you best of luck, and hope you take this project to the next level. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
More work to coming. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Okay, great job, Shravya. Next up is Roshni Botticherla with the Vital Beatbox from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. The Vital Beatbox is a portable healthcare testing device that records people's health rate, blood oxygen level, and average heart rate and temperature, as well as the ECG. Everyone give her a big round of applause.
Mira Neil.
Thank you, Pooji. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So my name is Roshni Bodhisharla. I'm part of Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and I'm a rising senior, and my project is called Vital Beatbox. Okay. So the problem that I'm trying to solve is most people, especially in rural villages or people in America who don't have access to either healthcare or physician, they tend to hold off on going to the doctors or a normal hospital or family physician until things get really, really serious. This becomes a problem because it can lead to a lot of undetected diseases, and that could lead to a lot of people dying that could have been saved earlier. And there are like many stories about this. This especially is harmful for heart patients because especially for heart patients, because a lot of heart patients, especially with people with coronary artery disease and arterial fibrillation, which is basically when your heart upper chambers beat so fast that it can't really pump blood effectively, and coronary artery disease is when there's a buildup of plaque in your blood, which kind of like helps it kind of slowers the blood flow. These two diseases, especially along with other heart diseases, sometimes they need constant heart monitoring to make sure you don't have any heart arrhythmias, which is irregular heartbeats, or you don't get a stroke. So, but however, in people, especially in rural villages, they might not detect these diseases earlier on, and it might lead to them getting their conditions getting worse where they could have been prevented.
Slide set it.
No, wait, you have to click the top of the mouse. Wait,
Top of the mouse. Top of the mouse. Yeah.
Okay, sorry for that. Okay, so for examples of this there are around 200 to 300,000 sudden deaths caused by arrhythmias every year. And this rate is higher than any deaths caused by either stroke, lung cancer, or breast cancer. Along with that, in 2013, it was reported that around 17.3 million people died from cardiovascular disease, and 80% of these deaths happened in countries with lower average income. So that means that could translate to countries that might not exactly have, might have more rural areas. And even in America, this is a big problem because there's a 3-year life expectancy gap between rural and urban areas, with people from rural areas having higher death rates from stroke and cardiovascular disease. So this is a big problem everywhere, not just in other countries, but it's also a big problem in America, where like there's a clear difference between healthcare in rural or urban areas. So my solution is called the Vital Beatbox, and it's basically a portable healthcare device that tests vitals of people. They test their heart rate, both immediate heart rate and your average heart rate, and it also tests your temperature and ECG. ECG is electrocardiograph. It's basically, I'll go over what it is in depth. So these are a few pictures of my beatbox. It's basically like a small box that you can basically plug in. It has ECG cables on the side of it, and the top red sensor is where you can test your heart rate. In the middle, the middle of the box is empty, and when it'll tell you if your heart rate is low, it'll glow up blue. If your average heart rate is normal, the light in the middle will glow green, and if you have a high average heart rate, the inside of the box will glow red. So these are a few sketches of my beatbox and a diagram. So it has, again, this is like the basic key, and these are the materials I used. The main material, I used the basic Arduino Uno
board. I used a breadboard, jumper wires, LEDs, things like that. But the main sensors that I really want to focus on talking about today are the MAX 30105 sensor and the AD8232 ECG sensor. So this is the MAX 30105 sensor, and this is the AD8232 sensor. So the first thing I want to talk about is heart rate or pulse versus ECG or EKG. So heart rate is the number of times your heart beats per minute. The average heart rate should be around 60 to 100. However, for people who will do a lot of extreme sports like athletes, they might have a lower heart rate. ECG or EKG is it stands for electrocardiogram, and it's basically a test that records and checks for the electrical signals in your heart that causes your heart to beat. And this can actually be used to test for different heart conditions. So first, the MAX 30105 sensor. This sensor is, the main purpose I used this for was to test for the temperature and heart rate. It has three major lights. It has a red light, a green light, and an infrared light, and has photodetectors that basically shine light and detect values based on how much light is reflected. The onboard temperature sensor will be able to test your temperature both in Fahrenheit and Celsius, so that way it's accessible for people around the world. And the heart rate uses a technique called photoplethysmography, also called PPG. So how PPG works is once you put your finger on the sensor, let me go to the next slide, which has a diagram actually. So how PPG works is, as you can see, you put your finger on the sensor and it'll basically shine an infrared light. And your hemoglobin, which is the protein in your blood cell that carries oxygen, it basically absorbs a certain amount of that light. And as your heart pumps blood, it basically pumps hemoglobin throughout your body, right? So once you put the finger on the sensor, it'll shine infrared light, and your hemoglobin will actually absorb some of that light, and the rest is reflected back, and it's detected through the photodetector. And the photodetector applies a ratio of how much light it put out versus how much light it received. And based on that number, it'll detect your heart rate and how many times per minute your heart is beating. So this is actually really useful because it's a non-invasive, so it's basically non-invasive and it's usable for everyone, and it's very, very quick to use. Before we talk about the AD8232 sensor, sorry, it's a mouthful, I'll talk a little bit about ECG. So what ECG is, basically your heart, as it when it pumps, it basically sends out electrical signals that causes your heart to pump. So as you can see, that's like a diagram of the different parts of the heart. ECG is divided into two main intervals, the PR interval and the QT interval, sorry. So the PR interval is basically the first wave of electricity that sends the first wave that sends as your heart pumps. It's the first wave of electricity. And the QT interval is kind of divided into more, it's divided into QRS complex, ST segment, and T segment, which is kind of shows how your heart is, like how the electricity is flowing throughout your heart as your heart pumps. So as you can see, this is a little diagram showing how exactly your ECG is calculated throughout your heart as the electrical signal of your heart flows. So as you can see, the first initial wave, it starts in the right atrium and it kind of goes throughout. And the ECG basically, it's really useful because it's able to calculate exactly like the different areas of your heart as the electricity flows through them. And this allows to make sure your heart is either beating correctly, or if there's any problems in your heartbeat that might not be detected throughout normal heart rate. And this is especially used for like heart arrhythmias, which, as I said before, are irregular heart rates, or when your heart is, sometimes your heart is beating in flutters or things like that. This is usually helpful in detecting or monitoring your heart rate to make sure it's beating well and you're healthy. So the now that we talked about the ECG, I'm going to talk a little about the AD8232 sensor. So again, as I said, like any ECG, it graphs the electrical activity of your heart. It graphs it's divided into, again, the PR value and the QT value. And basically what's you normally looked at when you look at an ECG sensor is you normally look at the P wave, which is the first electricity wave in your heart. You look at the QRS complex, which it detects the heart rate through a certain part of your heart, I believe is a ventricle, and you look at the T complex, which is kind of like the fading wave electricity. And that's kind of what the AD8232 sensor does. It graphs all this like an ECG, and with my product, you're able to transfer all this data that you connected and send it to your doctor. That way you don't have to physically go to hospital, especially if you have different heart conditions, like you're already diagnosed. Diagnosis is you have to go to the hospital and get it done. But for basic maintenance, if you don't have, for example, cash, or you don't want to pay thousands of dollars for actual sensors, what you can do is you can use my device to get all these values and regularly test both your heart rate, temperature, and ECG, and you're able to send that data over to your doctor, who is able to further analyze and make sure you're doing all well. So again, why is this helpful? It's helpful because with my product, you don't have to worry about travel expenses, hospital expenses especially for people who are diagnosed and have minors and might not be able to leave as often. This is especially useful for them because once they're diagnosed, they can get all the information and send it to their doctor, so they don't have to get visits directly at. They don't have to go all the way to the doctors, especially in rural areas where hospitals might not be that close. They're able to send this information directly there, and they don't have to go through with all the travel expenses, the normal expenses, and they don't have to let go of their responsibilities. So as I talk about this, I chose this project because I'm really interested in the medical field, and this project is it's very versatile because I know a lot of people suffer from heart arrhythmias, and it's like a major problem around the world. So this kind of helps mitigate the problem a little bit, because especially in rural areas, again, you might not have either the money or you might not have the time to physically go to a hospital. Again, this is not to treat a problem. It's more for constant surveillance almost. So now I'm going to do a live demo of my project. So I'm just going to pull up my.
She has share. You have to share this.
It doesn't replace it.
What is it?
We need to do another TV.
Escape. Yeah.
Where's the Zoom? I'm just going to do a screen share of the data values. Is this working? Okay. Wait, this one?
Yes.
Is that it?
Okay, sure. Shut it down. You start. Yes.
Okay, so as you can see, can everyone see the values? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so as you can see, this is the main part. The first part I'm going to talk about this project is temperature and ECG. This is shown through stereo monitor. As you can see, when your finger is not on, it'll say no finger, and the box will glow blue. So the inside of the box is where it glows blue. That kind of shows your average heart rate, and it works like that. And once you put your finger on it, before you put your finger on it, it says no finger, but once you put your finger on it, it'll kind of test it, and it'll show you my temperature, and it'll take a little time to load up. But other than that, yeah, it'll tell you your average heart rate. It takes a few minutes to load up because average heart rate, how it works is averages. So if you don't leave it on, yeah. So it works like that. And the next part of my project is the ECG. ECG, connected it to a different thing.
So the ECG part of the project, because you can't see the sensor directly inside the box because the box is a little cramped, I made like the separate ECG thing separate. So there's one in the box, obviously, but I also made its own little circuit so it's clearer to see in the demo. But this is how the ECG circuit looks. This is the AD8232 sensor. It looks like this. It's connected to the Arduino, and it's connected to, these are electrodes, which are basically like little sticky pads. They're like stickers. They're basically connected to the thing, and they will be the ones that are detecting the electrical signal. So basically, how you do you even test it?
You can do it. It's okay.
Okay, so how this works is you peel these little electrodes off. So you can put these on different things. I can either put mine on the top right, top left, and bottom left on my chest, or you can put it on your wrist and your thigh. I'm gonna put it.
Put it hand. Put it hand. You can change that.
Put it on your wrist.
Yeah.
Don't screen share yet. Don't screen share yet.
Okay.
Sorry. So you're gonna put it at the top. I'm gonna put it on my wrist. Wait. So yeah, I'm gonna put the next one on my other wrist. And this would normally go in, put it on your, don't want that falling. Okay, so you put it on your, you put the red one, which stands for our right, on your right wrist. Left is red wrist, and then you put it on the lower side of your chest. And as you can see, that's kind of how it's set up. And once you go to serial monitor,
Share. Screen share.
yeah, I need to first open it. Serial plotter.
Share screen.
Sorry. So yeah, as you can see, that's my ECG. Obviously mine's going really fast right now. Normally what you do is you can change it a little bit to make it go slower so it's easier to decipher. But how I programmed it is to show all the data really, really fast. So that way you're getting all the data one after another and it's easier to see. And what you can do is, it's the x-axis is over like the time and the distance, how long you're putting it on. And the y-axis is basically ECG. How it works is based on the data the electrodes confirm, it'll convert that into like a number. And that's basically the number that the electricity is converted to. And it basically shows like a diagram of your heart rate, basically. And that's how it works. Does anyone have any questions?
Can I comment, Roshni? This is Kiran Ankalamma. Can I comment? So as a practicing physician, I think you took I can say that you took a pretty bold step of creating this device. And it is helpful for millions of people who does not have access to physicians. Actually, as we speak, there is an ongoing problem in US right now. And being on both sides, on the insurance side as well as practicing side, I am aware how much we look into having home access for all these devices. And saying that, the way EKG works, it's a three-dimensional structure. Heart is not a two-dimensional structure, it's a three-dimensional structure. And yes, it was going fast, but that's not an accurate depiction anyways. At least if the leads are in right places, your thing would have been perfect actually.
Yeah, I was not able to put
I know that it's hard to demonstrate that, but it's an excellent presentation, and this is what you need for the future of our healthcare in the country.
Thank you.
Great presentation, Roshni.
Thank you.
Basically, like one more thing to add it, like these are the products. Can you mute someone? Can you mute it? So these are the products, like basically she's aiming it like to give it in the rural villages. Basically instead of like, every, like if you go to the hospital, there might be only one devices. It's like a community service kind of device where you can put the complete vital devices, like, Bluetooth enabled and everything. People can go and then put their name, check all the vitals, and submit to the corresponding doctors out there. So then one set of health device box is going to be solved for the entire village, the community. So it would be a community-based kind of like, people can go check their ECG, clear visual indication. They don't know the number. They just need to know, okay, am I good? Am I at the need to go and see the doctor? It's kind of self-test kind of things, how we do the like weighing machine testing, right? So more and more health devices we build around these things, like Sumi built it, stress level device. And this is one of the thing, and what Ritika built thing. And then we have another one coming, like sleep apnea related. All these devices together, we can put it in villages, and they have their self health testing center kind of things, like, 24/7. They can go in one place, they can test it, and it can print a small health card kind of vitals. That's where the RDT, we are like, the RTT has a hospital back in India. We are working with them to select a couple of villages where we can able to pilot these projects. And thank you, Dr. Kiran Garu, for being their advisor and validating their work and everything. And thanks. So it's a good going. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, great job, Roshni. Everyone give her a final round of applause.
Okay, so next up we have, next up we have Amuda Santokumar from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. Her project is called Better Sleep, and Better Sleep is a device designed for people to better their sleep environment, resulting in better sleep quality. So please give a round of applause for Amuda.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Amrita and I'm from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. My project is called Better Sleep. So obviously everyone knows that sleep is very important for our well-being, and it is necessary we ensure that the factors we sleep in are just right so we don't have any disturbances that wake us up or cause us to get less sleep. Around 73% of teens don't get the right amount of sleep, and neither do 1 in 3 adults. And one of the factors could be because they're not in the right environment, making it harder for them to fall asleep. So that's where my project comes in, called Better Sleep, which ensures that the environment you're in will help you sleep while also improving your quality of sleep. It tracks the temperature and humidity and any motion while you sleep. Moving while sleeping is pretty normal, but moving a lot during the same time span could indicate stress and other medical conditions. The ideal temperature to sleep in is around 60 to 67 degrees, and the ideal humidity is around 30 to 50%. So the components I used in my board are an Arduino Uno board, humidity and temperature sensor, PIR motion sensor, jumper wires, and LED lights. This is my circuit. This is my diagram. As you can see, the positive wire of the LED is connected to the digital pin, and the negative is connected to the negative part of the breadboard, which connects to the GND, giving it power. This is my temperature and humidity sensor, and this is my PIR motion sensor. This is my code. So as you can see, it first declares the variables of the pin, and then it declares the output and input, and the units for humidity and temperature. Over here, it's declaring Celsius equal to Fahrenheit, and it's basically showing that if humidity is greater than base humidity, to notify the person that it's very humid in the room, and same for temperature. Over here, it's saying that if the motion is over 10, to identify the user that there was too many movements disrupting their sleep. So in the future, I want to elaborate on this project by connecting Better Sleep to an app so the alert will be sent to the person's caretaker. I also want to have the alert make a sound so the person can wake up and change their environment so they won't have to look at it and they can just hear it. So thank you. Now for my demo. Okay. So this is my circuit. As you can see, it tells you the humidity and temperature. And right now it's very humid and warm in the room, so it's notified.
Amida, can you also share your serial monitor screen?
Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, perfect.
So it's showing you the temperature, humidity, and right now in the room it's very humid and warm, so I need to adjust the humidifier and coolness. And every time I make a motion, it tracks it. So as you can see, I've gone over 10, so it notifies me that there was too many movements disrupting my sleep, and I need to notify my doctor/loved ones. So that's my project. Does anyone have any questions?
Does it record the lighting in the room?
No, but I can actually add a photo resistor so it can sense the light. The reason I didn't add it is because usually people fall asleep with the lights off, so I didn't think it was necessary.
Okay.
Good job, Amida. It's a very good application and a nice presentation, like very detailed. And this is one of the project, like, we've been thinking about it. Like a lot of people in India, they they don't have any, not many, like there is no concept of sleep apnea, sleep center, and then doing it. It's a big struggle. Like, with low cost and simple thing, people can able to looking at the device, it won't cost not more than $15, right? So this can be very personalized. And then what's your future plans on this one? What we need it for this project, next level?
Want to add an app so when you wake up, you can just check if there was any disruptions while you slept, or your data will be sent to your doctor or loved ones or your caretaker.
Yeah, there you go. I think we missed this one yesterday. Like Parijat, who is the first inventor in the sleep apnea, and he already successfully to startup companies around that particular concept. I definitely send the video bite of this one. You would be very happy to see this one. So it's a great going, and then you just need to add more on sensors to figure it out. The heart rate based, like motion, like heart rate based on the heart rate and all these things. I know you are already reading a lot of research papers. Great going, good job.
Thank you.
Great job, Amanda. That was wonderful. Next up is Shaunak Sabani from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. He will be presenting his COVID surveillance assistance, which detects people with high temperature when they are moving in the crowd.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, that's it. Hello, everybody. My name is Shaunak Sabani. I'm from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and my project's name is called the CSA, COVID Surveillance Assistant. So the problem. So post-COVID challenges. As you all know, everyone is trying to get back to normal lives now, meaning going to shopping malls, offices, schools, etc. If people who have COVID symptoms with high temperature mingle with the crowd, there's a high chance that the virus could spread to people very fast. So as you can see, there's a lot of people in shopping malls and schools. So latest news. So this is news from California. As you can see, more than 700,000 positive corona cases identified in California. And yesterday, the state identified 4,014 new cases on Saturday, which is a lot. And that means that people are not being very careful, and a lot of people are going outside. So I thought, how can we control the spreading? I thought, what if we identify the people with high temperature in the crowds? Many people infected with COVID-19 that have mild symptoms are still trying to go out in the crowds, and it's very hard to identify them without personally checking every one of them with physical contact. So infographic. So these are some things that that happen when you get COVID. So these are some symptoms. So you get fever, you get cough, you got muscle pain, you have shortness of breath, chills, repeated shaking with chills, and sore throat. So some stats about coronavirus. So as you can see right here, this is a graph of coronavirus. So this is all the way from the beginning. And as you can see, it's slowly rising. So all the way from now, it's stabilizing. But if people keep on going outside and not being careful, the graph can go higher and higher and higher. So as you can see, right now, there's currently 25 million cases in the whole wide world. So how it works, the CSA will measure temperatures from 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 176 degrees Fahrenheit with an accuracy of 4.5 degrees Fahrenheit. It can sense humans from a distance of 23 feet. When the sensor sees a human or anything that radiates heat, it will sense and show the heat index in the form of different colored pixels on the screen. Any object/person that radiates heat more than the threshold value will show pictures in the red color. So as you can see, you can see all the different colors. So blue would be cool or cold, and green would be lukewarm, orange will be warm, and red would be hot. So how can it be used? Whenever the display color changes to orange or red, it will help the surveillance team identify a group of people who could have high temperature. Surveillance team can then narrow down the search by conducting a secondary screening just to that small group. Once somebody is identified with a high temperature, they could be isolated to a safe area and protecting the general crowd. So the components that I use an Arduino Mega board, microcontroller board. I use some jumper wires, an Elegoo 2.8-inch touchscreen display, and a thermal imaging sensor. So this is my circuit. I'm just gonna briefly go to my connections. So what I did is I got the display screen breakout board connected to the Arduino Mega pin. So just connecting display board directly to the Arduino Mega board will save a lot of wires and not have a lot of wires. So the GND on the sensor connected to GND on the Mega board. The SDA pin on the sensor connects to pin number 20 on the Mega board. Then SCL from the sensors connected to pin number 21 on the Mega board, and the VIN from the sensor connects to 5 volts on the Mega board. So these are some pictures of my circuit. So as you can see right here, we have the display that's showing, and the display is directly connected to the Arduino Mega board. We also have a breadboard here where the sensor is right in front and the wires are connected. So these are some building process of when I built it. So as you can see in this photo, you can see that I made a cardboard case. So this is what I built, a cardboard case. This is showing me this is what happens when you put an object in front of the sensor. It will start turning red and orange and some green. So I tested out this with the sensor. I directly pointed it at a light source. As you can see, there's a little red dot on the center means it's radiating heat. And that the light bulb is representing the red on here. And then it's lukewarm on the outside, then cold, and then cold, and then cold. So these are some examples what it would look like if for this photo right here, this is potential warm temperature in the vicinity, so in the area. So it's like if it's warm temperature, it will show green, so it's green, orange, and yellow. So where can it be used? All public places like shopping malls, salons, schools, workplaces, airports, train, bus stations, beaches, and etc. So future plans. So what I'm going to be doing with my future plans is make my device more intelligent to narrow down the suspected person in the crowd, add a high resolution thermal camera to show the images of the people, and then show the heat map more clearly. And also I'm going to send alerts to the facility management whenever the device detects anyone so they don't have to monitor continuously in front of their computers or monitor. So how much did the general products cost versus how much mine cost? So general products that you see like that have the same features like mine, they usually cost over $1,000, which is a lot of money and that's too much. So mine costs only $50. So I just look for like some stuff for my, I have to look for the sensor, then I have to look for the breakout board, then I have to look for display, and they all $50 and it saves a lot of money. So these are some pictures of my code, and as you can see, this is for thermal camera. So if the thermal camera detects anything, so it'll be, and these are all for the thermal camera. And thanks. I'm gonna be showing you a live demo now. So as you can see right here, we have the case. I also filled it up with paper to make it more clean. So as you can see, the different components I use the Arduino microcontroller board, which is on the bottom. It's hard to see. But then on top, I use the display right here. And then on the other side, I use the sensor AMG A833. So then how this works is, it's completely blue right now. As you can see, it's completely blue. But for an example, if I put my hand in the way, then I'll start getting warmer. You see? So then, yeah, so it starts getting lukewarm. Then, yeah. That's my part.
Yeah, great going, Shaunak. I know we have high expectations. You exceeded those expectations. Technical, you see the most of the times, right? The Maker Faire projects, right? They are people do a lot of research, many months, and they keep doing it. This is one of the unique one, right? It's a COVID. We are into the COVID situation and all. Thinking of the current problem and what would be the solution for that. That's where the innovator and the entrepreneur together, right? You have to think towards the innovator means they do research and they come up with the product, right? But that idea turning towards a commercial and turning towards a current situation, how we can make use of that. That's where the entrepreneur comes in. So he's been our mentor, for Ash, the Laudan.
I was about to say that, yeah, great presentation, Shaunak. Shaunak is the mentor for Laudan Innovation Club, and we learned a lot from him.
Thank you. Also, before I end it, do any of you guys have questions for my project?
Shana, great job. This is Kiran Uncle Nana.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, the products you guys made, Ritika, Sumi, Roshni, and you, actually we can integrate all of them into one device, which is a wearable, and it is going to create sensation. Trust me, there is no other device out there which can do all these things.
My dad told me help in it.
So yeah, Akhil is more than willing to help you guys to create the device.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So yeah, I think this is going to be a phenomenal device if you guys come up with an idea, or I can sit with you guys and come up with an idea. And we are facing that problem right now. And as I used to do home visits as well for the patients, and I see what kind of situations they live in. So I've seen the real poverty in America. So that is where we can use this. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Any more questions, or is that?
Yeah, I just want to add one more comment on this one, Shana. This device is what I can see it is like basically once we adjust the frequency range of detection and all, like, you know, when schools open, like, you know, the events and all, like, you know, all these things, it's very hard to monitor everybody's like up in the crowd places, right? So it's very hard to monitor who is the person having the high temperature and all these things. This is basically thermal scanning of the mass people. And I think the screen, the enhancements are going to be, I would say that you not only identify the person, you can spot the person with the temperature range. So then we know exactly out of the red zone, how many of them are going to be like, you know, having the temperature and all. And then I would recommend it, next level of this one is have a camera to this one. So basically you can identify the exact person face also.
Yeah.
So then we can integrate this through machine vision technology, basically take a pictures and then scan and map those things where they are. So we can able to show adding a Raspberry Pi to this one as a full-blown computer. And then we can able to identify the exact person and then his temperature over there. You guys can say like, oh, I saw in the internet, there is a device already there over there. So he already did that research. Like, you know, those devices cost like, you know, 8,000 to 10,000 if you add all those things. But the device he made it over here, the whole thing can be like, you know, below $100, right? So that's where we encourage kids, like, you know, how you can come up with the cost, like, you know, make the thing simple. These devices, like most of our budget, whatever we are saying is below $50 is our budget. That's the condition we gave to most of the Maker Faire products. So these guys, they cut the cost and they used what they have it. And you know what next needs to be? It's great going. I know like it's a short time, like you guys worked very hard to get this one. And I'm really happy to see the end results and then great comments from the industry experts. Yeah, great job, Shana.
Thank you.
Great job, Shauna. Okay. So next, you.
Sorry. So next is Naishita Kotagiri with the water purification level device from the Robbinsville Innovation Club. The water purification level device is a product that measures the turbidity, which is opaqueness of water, and informs the user how safe it is to consume through statistics, lights, and sound. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Naishita.
Okay, so my product is called the Water Purification Level Device, and I'm Naishita Kotagiri, a reporter of the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club of Mercer County.
Naishita, is your camera on?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just spotlight it, okay? Sorry, give me 1 second. Can you give me the name that you are showing your camera, Naishita? I don't see your name.
It's under Naishita Kotagiri.
Okay, sorry, give me 1 second.
I see someone as master of Roblox jailbreaker.
Is that your name, Roshni? Sorry, Naishita? Sorry. Okay, got it. You can, yeah, go ahead and share your screen. You're good.
Yeah. Okay, so my product is called the Water Purification Level Device, and I'm Naishda Kotagiri, a reporter of the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H of Mercer County. Okay, so the problem that I'm going to solve is that about 20% of the world's population doesn't have access to clean water, which makes it extremely difficult to stay clear of diseases.
I hear your volume is low.
And as a result, over 500 million people each year. So using my product, I want to try and reduce that number. So the water purification level device is a product that measures and outputs the cleanliness.
Nashida, sorry for disturbing it. Can you talk a little loud? It's very voice is very low.
Okay.
Come close to the mic. Sorry for that.
Is it better now?
Yeah, if you want, you can start over from the beginning. Just come close, please.
Yeah, speak a little bit louder and you're good to go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so my product is called the Water Purification Level Device, and I'm Naishda Kotagiri, a reporter of the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club of Mercer County. So the problem that I'm trying to solve is that about 20% of the world's population doesn't have access to clean water, which makes it extremely difficult to stay clear of diseases. And as a result, over 500 million people die each year. So I want to try and reduce that number with my product. So the water purification level device is a product that measures and outputs the cleanliness of water based on water turbidity or opaqueness of water. The reason I made this product is because drinking contaminated water spreads a number of diseases, including diarrhea, cholera, dysentery, and polio. And over 2 million deaths occur from water-related diarrhea alone. So people who drink this impure water need to be aware their scale of how dirty it is, so changes can be implemented. And did you know that Indonesia's Citarum River is the most populated river in the world, yet 25 million people rely on it daily for agriculture, water, and hydropower? So all these people are struggling every single day trying to live a normal life, but can't when the very river they rely on is a breeding ground for many miscellaneous items that are supposed to be disposed of properly. So the components that I use for this product include a turbidity sensor, LCD screen, LEDs, piezo buzzer, Arduino microcontroller, 9-volt battery, jumper wires, battery clip connector, resistors, mini USB cable, and a breadboard. Here is the complete circuit of this product, everything placed in its spot. And this is the turbidity sensor. This is the end that comes in contact with the water. This is the 9-volt battery, the battery clip connector, the Arduino microcontroller, the breadboard, the resistors, the LCD screen, the piezo buzzer, the LEDs, and the jumper wires. So this is one of 3 sections. This is one of 3 parts of the completed code for my final product. And so this code initializes the LEDs and the buzzer. This code, like the continuation of the last code, this section of the code calculates the turbidity for calculates the turbidity of the statistics that the turbidity sensor picks up from measuring. And this code is the functions for what the LEDs should light or not light. So here are some sketches of the interior, which I did in the beginning of the design process to help me envision how I wanted my circuit to be planned. And these are my exterior sketches. Okay, so the water purification level device has 3 features to help measure the turbidity of water if it's safe to drink or not. So there's the turbidity sensor, which measures how opaque the water is in NTU, or nephelometric turbidity unit. and displays it on an Arduino LCD liquid crystal display screen. My product also uses LEDs to indicate whether the water is healthy to drink, okay to drink, undrinkable in 3 vibrant colors, informing people in a visual way. And the piezo buzzer buzzes longer if the turbidity is high, thus if the red LEDs are lit, buzzes shorter if the yellow LEDs glow, and does not buzz at all if the green LEDs are lit, informing the user that this water is clean. Okay, so this is the final product, and I'm captivated from 4 different angles. And this is my demo video. Okay, conclusion. To conclude, the water purification level device will be a great addition in places where people don't know how polluted their drinking water is. Using this device regularly will surely allow people to recognize signs of impure water, and changes will hopefully occur. Thank you for listening, and now I'm going to demo my product. Okay, so I first have a cup of clean water to measure, and so this is the final product in this is the final product. This is the LCD screen where it will display the specific statistics from the turbidity sensor. These are the LEDs that will light based on the statistics, and same thing with the buzzer, which will buzz longer if the red LEDs are lit, buzz shorter if the yellow LEDs are lit, and but not buzz at all if the green LEDs are lit. And now I'm going to bring in the cloudy water. And since it's undrinkable because it's cloudy and not as clear as and not as pure as clean water should be, the red LEDs will buzz. So I'm going to explain how it works. Okay, so this is the circuit. And so how it works is that when the turbidity sensor comes in contact with the water, this all the statistics for the turbidity in NTU will be sent to the LCD screen and displayed. And based on those statistics, will the LEDs light? So the red LEDs if the turbidity is within a higher range, the yellow LEDs if the statistics are in the middle range, and then green LEDs if the turbidity is low, because the lower the turbidity, the more cleaner it is. And the buzzer relies on the same statistics and will buzz, and the LEDs and the piezo buzzer will execute their functions at the same time. Any questions?
Great job, Naishita. That project was really good. I really love the casing. It's really, really nice. It looks really professional. So great job, and your presentation was amazing. Everyone give a round of applause to Naishita.
Excellent presentation, Naishida. Like, I know I don't need to say anything. Like, you always present very well and very dedicated when you're doing the project, and a lot of research, and you did a very great in detailing, and then the code and everything, right? So it's like, the same problem, you see how 2 different people solve that one. Yesterday Pranav, and then today Naishda, but they use 2 different devices, 2 different technologies. And then, like, that's what we, like, we always encourage it. So never think like the problem can be the same, but how you are approaching to solve the problem. This is this one, and then the plant-based one. These are the two different teams. They solved it unique ways, and definitely we should able to connect these these two projects to what Harip and Pali said, like the Kenya, whatever they're trying to solve the water purification problem. So these two can be a good products, like helping the community back. So great going, and then good job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Rishi Horigamani, and he is from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. His project is called Eyes for Blind, and Eyes for Blind is a device that helps visually impaired people walk around safely and confidently. They might not be able to see, but they can hear. So please give Rishi a round of applause, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'll be sharing my screen.
Sorry, what?
I'll be sharing my screen.
Okay, perfect.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rishi Horginamani. I'll be going to 7th grade this year, and I'm part of the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. The name of my project is Eyes for Blind. So I have named my project as Eyes for Blind, as my project helps visually challenged people to identify any obstacles coming in their way and move around successfully in day-to-day life. So there are more than 285 million people on the earth who are visually impaired. They are dependent on their family or friends to even walk around their own house. So that's sometimes a big problem because they have to fully rely on the people. So my product it senses any living or non-living object at a certain distance as per the settings, and I have set it to 1 to 2 feet. And it identifies the obstacle in the path and to move around the barrier successfully. So the person is able to move around the object without much trouble. So this product can be used in conjunction with a cane or a belt or any other suitable means as developed. So you can attach it to your cane, you can attach it to your waist, or you could attach it to your ankle So you can get a ground level view. So it can improve spatial awareness and provide information on all obstacles in a user's path that are above ground or below it. So, ground level or below ground level. So globally, the number of people of all ages that are visually impaired is estimated to be 285 million. And people 50 years and older are 82% of all visually impaired. For adults 18 years of age and older, nearly 21 million are reported vision loss, with the following split by age. So now we have 285 million over here, and 39 million of those are blind. So visually impaired basically means that you're not blind, but you have vision loss and your vision isn't as good. So the age groups are 18 to 44. That's 6.6 million people are blind in that age. 45 to 64 is 9.3 million. 65 to 74 is 2.6 million. And 75 and older is 2.7 million. So the visually impaired cannot see, but they can hear. So my plan is to give those people a sense of confidence and security while they're walking around without any help or support. So this is the science behind my product. So my product uses an ultrasonic sensor technology, which works by sending out a wave of ultrasound. So it's pretty much like how bats use echolocation. It's kind of like that. So it bounces off an object and it pings the object with ultrasound. Then a short pulse is sent to trigger the detection to the Arduino board. So these are my components and my sketches. So let me turn on the pointer. So I have used an ultrasonic sensor, a piezo buzzer, a breadboard, an Arduino board, jumper wires, and a 9-volt battery. So these are my original 3 sketches and my components list. And this is my final sketch with color. So we have the Arduino board, we have the jumper wires, we have the breadboard, we have the ultrasonic sensor, we have the buzzer, and we have the battery. So these are the pictures of my circuit. So this is without the exterior. These are my connections. So for my ultrasonic sensor connections, VCC is to 5 volts, trig is to 13, echo is to 12, ground is obviously to ground. The buzzer is positive to 9 volts, and negative to ground. So these are my final project pictures. So with the exterior, so when I open up the project, this is how it's gonna look. And this is like this. And this is the thing where I put the belt on, so it connects through a little slot in the back and you can tie it around your waist. So this is my code. So this is the distance, which, So this is the distance. So it's like 1 to 2 feet, about in the middle. That's the range of it. So this is my demo video. Now today I will be doing the live demo. So yeah, just give me 1 second.
Rishi, if you can stop sharing your screen, we can spotlight your camera. There you go, you're good. Thanks.
Okay, I'm just gonna quickly put this here. So yeah, so this is my project right here. It's called Eyes for Blind. I just opened it so I could fit the battery in. So basically it senses an object that's coming in front of it. So it senses my hand. And then now it's sensing my computer. So yeah. So we also have the inside. So we have the inside components, which I'll be showing you currently. Just give me 1 minute. Let's quickly open this up. So yeah, so this is my inside components. So to make it as compact as possible, I've put the Arduino board on top of the breadboard. And we have the ultrasonic sensor, the buzzer, the board, the jumper wires, and the breadboard. And my exterior materials are cardboard and painter's tape. So yeah, I'm gonna share my screen for my final part of this. Okay. So my future plans is possibly to make it less bulky and more portable. I want to add an infrared camera, which will scan the object, and add a small speaker, and that will be added. And the small speaker will tell you verbally if the object in front of you is living or not. So the infrared will like scan the object, and like a human's body temperature always varies. So that's how it will sense if it's living or not. So I want to develop an iOS or Android app to control the product. I want to add a Bluetooth sensor to make it compatible with the app. And I also want to add gesture controls. So let's say like the person that's using the product, they are going into like a public place and they don't want to use the product at that time. So like they could just like turn it off with like maybe like a clap or something like that. Because now if you like go into like a public place, it's just gonna like start beeping. So it's gonna be like awareness. But when you don't want it to beep, you can always like turn it off with the gesture controls or something like that. So thank you for watching my presentation. I hope you all liked it. And does anyone have any questions?
Excellent presentation, Rishi. I think anybody have questions? No? Okay. Yeah, Rishi is like a first year with our club, and you see the confidence he built, the way he presented, and then like detail of the project, right? So that's the thing. Like we started teaching in the first year, like the basic sensors and all these things. Like out of that, he came up with very like kind of like a thoughtful project. And then the way he spent time in putting detailed presentation and all, right? All these things happen in a remote way, like through Zoom classes and all. So unless you have a passion, unless you are passionate about the technology, I have to do it and all, nothing can drive it. So it clear indication, like the dedication, how much he has to towards the like learning and all these things. Great going. Good job, Rishi. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the pointer that you used while presenting. That was a good learning for me.
Yeah. So that's why, like, like it's not, I recommend all the club members and like, other kids and everybody to watch this one and then try to take away good things, like, and then constantly introspect ourselves, like, okay, the way he presented is good, I should do it. So it's a self-learning ourselves, like, looking at others, we can learn better than reading books. Yeah, good. Next.
Okay, great job, Rishi. Next is Revant Katardoju from the Loudon Innovation 4-H Club. He will be presenting his cooling hat. The cooling hat is a magical hat which gives a pleasant and cool air in the sunny outdoors and makes it easier for the people outside in the heat. It can cool your head and body down from just wearing this cooling hat.
Can anybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Not anymore. I think you have to share it again. Did you stop sharing? Oh, you're good. Sorry, never mind. You can go.
Okay. My name is Revant Katardoju, and I'm a rising 5th grader, and I'm from Loudon Innovation 4-H Club. And my Maker Faire project is the cooling hat or fan hat. The problem. One big problem in our society is when you go outside and it's really hot outside and you just can't stand the heat. Sometimes this is really bad because because a lot of heat exposure is really bad for your skin. It could cause skin damage, rashes, heat strokes, and dehydration, which is all bad points. Solution. The solution is like my product. I built my product. I built this machine. So when you go outside, you don't have to feel like really sweaty all the time. And all you have to do is on the fan, and cool air will start blowing into you. It will make you feel comfortable and the hat will fit. The circuit, or how it works. The circuit is just a really simple, the circuit is really simple. It's a it's a power board that is getting powered from a 9-volt battery and has 2 jumper wires that has GND and 3.3 volts. And the 3.3 volts is going to the positive side, is this negative side, because instead of like blowing the air outward, it actually is blowing the air inward of the DC motor, so it can blow in your face. And I added a resistor because the power on the fan is a lot of power and it might hurt you if you touch it. The program. I will actually do this in the future. So the program, if the motor gets too fast, if the motor gets like overheat, if the motor overheats and it starts to get really hot when you touch it, the motor will just turn off by itself for 30 seconds and then turn back on. Because if you keep the DC motor running, the power board could eventually start a fire, and that is really bad. And what I also thought of doing is the LEDs will blink as time passes. So when you use it for some time, the green LED will blink. If you use it for more time, the yellow LED will blink. And if you use it for a lot of time, the red LED will blink and it'll turn off for the 30 seconds. And the reason why I added that is because sometimes you just want to know how much time you've been using it for, and you can know how much and if it's bad or good. And the materials I used are jumper wires, a DC motor, with a fan, 9-volt battery snap-on, and 9-volt battery. And I also use power board, resistors, a hat, tape, and a mini breadboard. Where is this product helpful? It is mostly helpful in sunny areas or hot areas, on the beach when you're sitting on the chair, in the house when you want to save electricity, and outside if it's a humid area outside. The advantages to this hat is it's easy usage anywhere and anytime, and because you can just wear it and turn on the button, and can carry easily, and it's not heavy because it's a hat with a fan on it. It saves electricity because sometimes some air conditioning uses some of your electricity, and you can just wear this to save your electricity, and it will still be comfortable and cold. And it doesn't have any sharp ends poking on your head, so it's not uncomfortable. And you can actually build this same product with any kind of hat if you have the right materials. But the disadvantages, though, this machine can make loud noises if you're in like a library or places like that where it has to be quiet. You probably might not want to use it. And not all people have the materials to make this machine. In some countries, they don't have the materials to build this product, and they can't get the same relaxation as me working on the project. And yep, and I'll thank you, and I'll just show my demo right now. I'll stop sharing. Okay, so this is the hat, and this is the DC motor here, the power board, the 9-volt battery, and the breadboard. And it has 2 resistors here because if you want it to slow down, you can just move this jumper wire to here, and it'll reduce the voltage power. And here it's connecting to the 3.3 voltage, and it's actually going to the negative side because it's reversing. And here I used a mini breadboard, and I didn't use a controller board because they are actually pretty big and they take up the whole space. So I want to use something small and not like save space. And the DC motor, when you hit this button, the DC motor starts spinning, and instead of blowing air that way, it actually sucks air from here and blows it this way. So what you can do is you can wear it like that, and it's comfortable. You can actually just tighten it up here, and yeah, you can just turn it off. Where's that button? The button's right here. Yeah. Right here. So yeah, that's my demo. Any questions? Any questions?
That was a great presentation. Oh, sorry. You can go. You want to go first, or?
Yeah, that's a great work actually. Like it's like like even though you're like a first year, you guys are with Loudoun County Innovation 4H Club, and it's like a great presentation, great thinking. Like it's like very unique, right? Like it's like people use the fan to do it. Like form factor. Once we go make it to the small form factor and then bring to the small things, like it's going to be another unique solution. And then I'm really happy the way you presented, the confidence, and building the way you fabricated that to a hat and then demoing it. So it's great going, and then good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Great project, Raymond. You did really well presenting, and your project was amazing. So give him a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So next up, we have Divya and Gayatri Rajaha, and they're from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and they are presenting Wonderland. Wonderland is a programmable art project in which motion and special effects are programmed using microcontrollers. So everyone, please give them a warm welcome and a round of applause. So you guys can start. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is our project called Arduino Wonderland by
Gayatri Raheja
and Divya Raheja.
The purpose of our project is to make art more expressive using Arduino components. People may even like to learn art along with the interactive electronic objects we worked with in class.
Last year, we made a similar project, but it was 2D with not as many functions. So our audience and peers suggested that we add additional components such as music and motors. We followed up on those suggestions and made it 3D as well. As you can see, this is our circuit. Here are the LEDs. Please follow the laser for reference. Next, we have the piezo buzzer, which is located here. It is small, dark, and in charge of the music. The resistors are a little more difficult to spot, but it's right here. These are the Arduinos and breadboard, and finally, we have the servo motor.
So above the void, this is the code. So above the void setup, we declared variables for the LEDs, servo motor, and piezo buzzer. Then in void setup, we used the pin mode function to configure specific pins to output, therefore allowing them to turn on. And finally, in void loop, we coded the Harry Potter theme song as well as the LEDs to blink in a random order and the servo motor to turn 180 degrees over and over again. Here is our first sketch. Let's talk about the problem we faced during the project. While constructing the project, it was difficult to attach the circuit to the base of the project and connecting wires throughout the whole model. It was challenging because we had to be cautious of accidentally dismantling other elements. For example, we had to recreate the fishes a second time because the LEDs wouldn't fit through and often ripped the paper.
Here are some pictures we took during the building process.
And this is what the final project looks like.
Now for the exterior components. First, we have the base, which was made of a cardboard box, which we later covered with green construction paper. The castle was also made of colored paper. The waterfall was made of clay covered in gray paint, as well as blue and white marbles, which signified water. The trees are made of popsicle sticks and green paper. We added artificial flowers and stones from our backyard. Lastly, we have the pond, which is composed of paper, which we painted using watercolors, some paper fishes, and small styrofoam balls for bubbles.
This is our last slide, so please give us a few seconds while we shift to the project for the demo.
Make a
Are we ready? Gayatri and Divya. So did we switch to the, did we find that? Okay. After this, I think we are going to the next presenter session is, no? Oh, I see. Yeah, one more presenter.
Okay.
And then we have the yearbook one.
we are getting disconnected again and again from the cam, from the cell phone cam.
Do you have any other device you can use maybe?
Yeah, maybe we'll continue with the laptop. I'll try to focus with the laptop. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, while they're presenting, I'll just show through the laptop. Go.
It's cameras off.
Okay, Gayatri, go ahead.
Yeah, move the camera a little down.
Yeah.
Like, lower. That's good, yeah.
So first, in the capsule, we have the servo motor, which spins the flag. Then, if you look closely, inside the capsule, we have the piezo buzzer, which is a small black thing right there. That's in charge of the music, as I mentioned before. Then, as we move around the project, over here in the pond, there are some LEDs attached to the fishes. And underneath the entire project, we have the circuit and everything else that has to do with it. Now we'll attach the wires so we can work the project.
Yeah, we can see that the flag is rotating it.
That's it. Do you have any questions?
Good job, Gayatri and Divya. Your project was really, really well, and I loved how you presented. So please give them a round of applause, everyone. Okay. So
Let me say one word. Like I think Divya and Gayatri, it's a good job, and I'm happy to see like Divya is presenting like typically Divya is like a quiet, calm. She's the master behind this work. I know Gayatri is a kind of like a talker, but I'm glad like they really came very well and then put together. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like it's like they are passionate about the art and like craft and all thing, like learning the programmable arts like cut and all these things can be done in a like it's like it's easy to cut the paper using 3D printer, and you can make even bigger scale of the things, and be part of the programmable arts projects. Because you are an artist, we can do much better, like means bigger complicated projects. And I'm sure kids will definitely like the animation you created from the microcontroller, like all the things, right? Like when you go to Disneyland, like all these things over there. So you're basically showcasing like how things in Disneyland, like with the paper and all. It's very tough to deal with these things with the tiny things, but you guys really rocked it. Like great job, Amma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Though Disney has opened their doors, I don't know how many people are willing to go, but your Wonderland looks more, bright and more fun.
Thank you.
Okay. So last for this session, definitely all these though, is Kanisha Pilla. She's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and her project is, she's going to talk about the club events. So she's the financial leader, and she's in finance, and she's going to present about the club's our most recent fundraiser and about printing t-shirts as part of programmable art. So Kenisha, you can go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute. Can't hear. Still can't hear you.
We cannot hear you,
We
Kenisha.
can't hear you. Kenisha, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you.
No. We still cannot hear you.
Do you have another device maybe?
Try adjusting your volume.
Yeah, try
I think I saw another connection from your mom's phone. Maybe you can use that.
yeah.
Check if your computer is like on mute.
You might be on mute, so try again.
No, she's not.
Kenisha, if you can able to use a cell phone and then you can able to do it, maybe computer may not have the microphone. Try to use the cell phone. After, like, I think let's give a few minutes to Kenisha. She's going to settle down. After this, like, I think we have a 1 p.m. session where Meghana is going to talk about the quantum conscious and all these things. It's a great presentation and it's going to be really useful. Kenisha, let me know when you're ready. And then what we will do meanwhile is basically like we are going to go through our yearbook, the fun time, like all the work you guys have done. Like our club historians, like, composed it. It's very nice. It's kind of like, go back and then see what we have done. Are we ready, Kenisha? We can't hear, right? So why don't you do one thing? Why don't you use cell phone and then log in?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, speak a little bit louder though. I'll redo your intro and you can start.
Okay.
Okay, so again, Kenisha Pilla, she's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and she's gonna talk about our most recent fundraiser in printing t-shirts, and she is in the treasury. So please give her a big round of applause. So Kenisha, you can go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to be talking about Robbinsville Innovation Club's t-shirt fundraiser. Why are we doing it? We're doing it for 3 reasons: to provide the club members with tees to represent our club, to use this experience to teach digital art process to club members in the future, and the experience of doing it at home rather than spending money on the computer, on a company. The t-shirt making process. The first thing they had to do was there had to be a logo designed. There had to be a logo designed. After it was designed, it had to be approved. When it was approved, we sent a Google form out to get everyone's order and sizes. Once we got all the responses and made it into a Google sheet, we had to get materials. The materials included t-shirts, heat transfer vinyl, and a Cricut Easy Press. First, we tried screen printing, which is pushing paint through a stencil and the t-shirt onto the t-shirt. That didn't work because the paint kept washing off. We tried heat transfer vinyl after that, and that worked better. Overall, they made the t-shirts. They made 80 t-shirts, and it took 20 plus hours. All the lessons will be taught to the RDT or Rural Development Trust. Thanks for listening.
It's good presentation, Kenisha. Like, I think she made nice slides to show how we did this one. The basically like the whole purpose of this project, what we the t-shirt project is like, we one of the first pilot as part of the programmable project, sustainability and self-employment project. Basically we will be educating the disability the students in RDT India, teaching them the cry cut and then all the craft skills. Along with that, we are educating them how you can using the t-shirt making process, like coffee mugs customized with the labeled coffee mugs and all these things items, right? When we are making all those things, like when we are teaching it, I know we have to have a practical experience in the mass business scale, right? So we have done like like a backdrop events, backdrop, and a lot of things we have done it. So at the same time, Maker Faire kids keep on asking, like okay, we should have our t-shirts. So the club principle is always like try to, rather than spending money to do it, try learn the skill, and then whatever it is the cost, and then like try to learn the skill and make yourself, and then you can see how you can bring down the cost for mass production. So that's where, like if you see all our t-shirts, like these are very nice. We started, whenever we get an opportunity, then we start looking at like how we can like make use of it. So we started making these t-shirts and all these things. The technology what we learned out of it is going to be transferred to RDT India programmable art project, and we got it. We made some profit out of this, the whole project of the t-shirt one, and then that fund is going to be used for providing the supplies and buying the cry cut and all those things to as a seeding money for the programmable arts project, because our club operates at the zero cost base. So there is no charge, there is no cost we charge for classes and all these things. So this is the first step. We try to get the t-shirts, and then whatever little money we saved it going to go into the programmable art project. So after this, I would like to share our yearbook project, and I would like to ask Krishna. One second.
Can I say something? One comment there.
Yes, please.
We still have some t-shirts left. If you guys are, it's not too late if you guys still want to purchase. So you can just put a message in the 4H Innovation Club chat, group chat. You can have one t-shirt for $15, I guess.
Yes, thanks, Prabhakar. And then, like if anybody likes to contribute towards this particular projects, right? Like you can still order, reach out to Roshni and Sumi, and we are going to basically like these are all like not the it's a lot of effort in this one. Like they use the design and then cut and all these things. Even we can able to customize with the names and all. Like please reach out and then do it, and then we would like to go through, me and Krishna, we are going to share and then talk about our yearbook, and Sukesh is going to join. Can you guys share the yearbook, please? One second. Like I'm going to share my screen, and let me see. Yes. Sir, can they ask not to talk? There you go. Yeah, can you guys see me, my screen? No? Okay, that's good. This is like it's our club historians. They put together a nice presentation, like they compose. That's the job of the historians. Basically what they do is like it's they call all the events happening and all these things, right? At the end of the year, um, what they do is they are going to go and then, like, write a story. Like, it's not only making the things, right? We train them as an authors. That's very important. So, like, the whole club of this is a package, right? Like, doing projects, presentation and all is not the same. Like, not only the things we do it, we teach them the digital media. Like, you see all the flyers, the scheduling, like, image, like all the slides and everything, right? They are learning it as a part of package. So the historians eventually they can go towards, like, the like writing an authoring, like essays and all those things. So this is like basically who we are, what we do, and, like, when the club started. So they just put together very nicely, like, our club, like, the history of our club. And one second, I need to go a little slowly, right? I think this is good. So now basically, like, um, we are innovation clubs with the 4H. Like, the club started 2016, and then, like, with just like few people we started, and then after that we joined with Mercer County 4H, and then like, as and when we are doing it, like, we expanded our club with the 2 other states, like, Virginia and Massachusetts, like, Ashburn and Ashland. The Ashburn, the club is like a Loudoun Innovation 4H club, and then Ashland Innovation Club from there. So after this, like, if you look at the quickly, I don't want to go through, like, details, but if you can see how the timeline of the club, like, so I would like to put more, like, in a picture for you guys, so then you can read rather than me talking it. So, like, Sukesh Gari, do you want to go the starting from the roots page, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Ram. Give me 1 second. So, as Mr. Ram was mentioning, we started our club in 2016 with very few people, which primarily I would say, our kids, and then maybe like kids from, one of the friends of our kids. And then as our kids started sharing the details about what they're doing, it kind of caught interest in the community, and then everybody started to ask us, can their kids also join our kids? So for the very first year, we just ran with very small group of people. We did the maker fair, which was very informal maker fair, I would say. And then the second year, the following year, we kind of expanded it to take like few more kids in the neighborhood. And then because we were running our show in one of our basements, then we found a formal place in our neighborhood. Luckily, one of our Montessori school, they gave us an option to use their facility over the weekend. And that's where we were conducting the classes pretty much every Sunday morning between 10 to 11. Then I think we had about like 12 kids to 13 kids when we started. And then we towards the rest of the year, to the end of the year, we did actually a maker fair, which was pretty formal, where we have projects for every kid who attended the club that year. And we had like very innovative projects. I mean, we'll try to share some of the videos and the photos from the first maker fair. I mean, kids, when they went back and looked at those pictures, they were very impressed at what they did, a few years ago. As we were growing, we also got an opportunity to work with a Tech Girls program, which is a program run by TCNJ in New Jersey, where they promote girls to enter into the STEM area. And it was a very good opportunity. So our club leaders, I would say, We started with Sumi and Roshni the first year, where they actually attended the training or participated in the program. And then, because of the leadership skills that they already established while working with our club, that helped them promote themselves into a mentor position, even in the Tech Girls program. So that was a good achievement. We all felt happy that whatever they are learning here, besides just the technology, all the leadership skills that they have developed, was useful with another organization too. Before I go into the next one, I also want to say that these two girls, out of their leadership skills, they got into a very prestigious position, even with the Tech Girls program. Right now, they're board of directors, both of them, in the program, and they have been conducting for the last 3 to 4 years with no stop. That's a great achievement, I would say. And they also encouraged other club members in our own club to join the program as well, so that they can also get exposure to different technologies and also represent our club beyond our township. So that was a good achievement. And then, as we were doing this, we were just trying to see, how can we expand our program and then reach out to more people in the community, in the state. And then we ran into our Mercer County 4-H team, Altera and Chad, and then we had a meeting, and then we shared our experiences, what we do, and luckily they were impressed with our activities, and then they gave us an option to join the Mercer County 4-H. We had to really thank them, because even though we were not part of the 4-H organization yet, the year that we got introduced, Chad and Altera gave us an invitation to attend the achievement ceremony, just so that the kids in our club will get exposure to what happens in 4-H, what is 4-H, and what do they do, and how do they get recognized. So that was a good program that we attended, and then all our kids were really impressed. And then that was actually a trigger point, I would say, where we said, okay, we got to move on. We got to join the 4-H club. That'll help us. So that was in 2018, where we officially signed the I would say, I don't know, it's not an MOU, but basically we were signed up with 4-H. Altera and Chad help us get all the paperwork. At the same time, I don't know if you all remember, kind of mentioned yesterday when we were introducing our mayor, we were able to work with our township too to get us a facility, because now we are growing and we need a bigger facility and more proper place to meet or have our meetings. We work with our township mayor and then our principal from the middle school, where they gave us a classroom, which is a pretty much it can hold up to like 30 kids, which was a technology lab as well. So that's when we started working, and then we worked with Altera and Chad to work with Rutgers because we just cannot rent a facility. We got to show the insurance. So we had to go through a lot of work, and then we always had support from the Mercer County, where they gave us all the support to do our meetings in the school. So yeah, not taking too much time. We continue our classes in the Pondwood Middle School that year, and then we had a lot of meetings. We also conducted our Maker Fair. So the first year after we joined our Mercer County 4-H, we were very honored to participate in the 100th year of the Maker Fair. That was a big event, and that was the first time all our club kids got exposure to an outdoor event. It was a two-day event. It was very, very successful, and again, not to say too many times, but Altera and Chad promoted us very well during that event too, because probably that was the first or second time that there was a STEM representation in the event. And every parent, who visited that event, Altera and Chad, they mentioned about our club, say we had a new club, go look at the exciting experiments. They gave our kids an opportunity to showcase their projects. There's a show tent. So every one of our kids got a special opportunity to exhibit their project. And then that was a good event, and everyone was encouraging. And we entered into the second year. We had to, because there was an overwhelming response from our community and the neighboring towns, we had to request our school to get us a second classroom in the school, so that we could split the batches, the group of kids into junior kids and senior kids, where all the junior kids were taught by the experienced senior kids with our mentorship, and we were, the club mentors, we were training the senior kids. So that was a very, very good experience that we had, trying to teach a lot of younger kids. And all the kids that we saw who joined us last year, they were so energetic. At the same time, we also thought, why just limit ourselves to just Robbinsville and neighboring towns? And then Mr. Ram had connections in different states, and then he started reaching out to Virginia club, his friends and family in Virginia and in Boston. And then we showcased our projects. They watched the videos from our kids, and they were very excited to join our 4-H club. Again, we went back to Altera and Chad, said, hey, we want to expand our club beyond Robbinsville and Mercer County. And then they helped us connect the teams in both Ashland and Ashburn to their corresponding 4-H teams. And then they formally registered there. And then we started conducting classes remote. Even before COVID situation, we experienced that. We were doing remote classes to Skype. One of our club senior leaders started teaching Ashland team, and other we had like 3 more kids who were also mentoring Ashburn team, right? So we were conducting remote sessions, and they were very successful. We were a little skeptic to see how would it go, but actually it went beyond our expectations, and you could see that products in this presentation, in these 2 days, even today and yesterday. So so that was a great journey that we had, and one of the big achievements that we had, during this period was our club president, and Roshni. She represented Mercer County as 4-H ambassador. Actually, before I tell the event, we had a proud moment when Roshni was selected as the 4-H ambassador for Mercer County. That was a proud moment for our club, for all the hard work that Roshni did for the club. How she was promoting it. It was a tough competition, and she did a great job and becoming a 4-H ambassador and bringing our club to the limelight. And she had an opportunity to meet a lot of dignitaries from 4-H. There was a trade show that happened in Atlantic City, and then Altera, encouraged Roshni to represent our club, and that was a very good exposure. I think that's where she met Rachel and a lot of other people, and it was a good exposure for our club as well. During after that, we were trying to keep our kids motivated continuously, and then we had a privilege. Again, it was thanks to Mr. Ram. He had a lot of good connections with the people with technology, and so he was able to reach out to Dr. Sanjeeva, who is a biomedical postdoc research scholar in Cincinnati Children's Hospital. You must have heard him yesterday, and I'm sure he's on the call today too. So we had a very good session with Dr. Sanjeeva, and that was a pilot, I should say. That was a pilot session that we did the first time, inviting a guest speaker and share the expertise of their domain. and it went very very well. And then kids received though it was a high-end topic, they were actually excited and they learned a lot. We had a good interactive session, and then we said, okay, this is working well. And then Mr. Ram reached out to another of his contacts, Dr. Mahendra Deval. And then even that session actually was very appropriate. We were going through COVID situation, and Dr. Mahendra actually gave a very good lecture about how chemistry can work during the situation where they can use chemistry to develop virus vaccines for the virus. And kids were very excited to learn about the technology. And as you may have heard yesterday, Dr. Mahendra also extended the invitation for our club kids to interact with him and his staff to learn more about the technology and how it can be used. So I know it was a long talk, but we went through a long journey. Though it was like 4 years, we feel that it's been like more years. And we're hoping we'll have another successful journey going forward. Thanks, Mr. Ram. I'm giving back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Krish, for detailed overview of like how your club is operating and then our success stories. And the next year, the target is high. We are working more like outreach programs because we have enough the leaders like Janet is going to manufacture like a kind of a factory for all the senior kids when they come to the 7th and 8th grade. So we are going to send to the Janet factory where to make them leadership like youth leaders and all. So once they are like trained as a youth leaders, like it means we see them, they're very natural, right? So we have to show the opportunities. That's where Chad is going to be there. So we like Chad is already like we'll make Chad very busy to have a lot of the outreach events. And then we like like more we are going to we have a lot of plans, like we never stop thinking it, like there are a lot of things. And then we would like every kid, the purpose of this one is as and when kids are coming towards the high school, we don't want to be rushed like, oh, my kid is in high school, they are going to the college, what about their intern position and all these things, right? You build your profile while you are in the middle school itself. So that's where we are doing all these events, like building the profile and everything. So they will have it, whatever the community service they are doing it, automatically profile builds in. Like if you see the opportunity, like Sanjeeva and Mahendra, they are inviting them to their lab, and they are going to give, like if you are really excited into it, and they are good, there might be an opportunities where you can be take a small assignment and then write a research paper. That itself is a big thing for the kid in middle school and high school, right? So that's where we are connecting all the industry experts to bring them and then showcase it and then see what we have it out of this, right? So you keep working it, and it's a job of like us, Chad, Janet, Altera, Rachel. Like we try to see what we need to do to showcase your work and bring the opportunities. That's all it is. And then as and when this year the coming, like schools are going to open, and the way we are operating the club remotely, virtually, is working way better than in like in classroom kind of things, because like we don't need to rush to a particular place, everybody set up and all. So we decided the 21 is going to be a virtual, and we can, I'm sure Chad can facilitate if once everything settled down, we can use Mercer facility, very nice office, like we have like 50-60 kids seating facility. Doing virtual, I believe like we can outreach more people and everything. Even the club if like we want to reach out to the people where like the people cannot have the facilities and all these things. If the equipment needed, club can able to sponsor those equipment kits to the child. Please reach out to the needed kits, right? In fact, we are being the virtual, we are going to be the virtual. So anywhere within New Jersey or like anywhere, like if you identify the kids, they are motivated to get into this one. And I know I didn't ask, I always promise, over promise, but I'm sure Sukesh will accommodate it. So the club can able to spend some money, right? And then we can able to buy the equipments, whatever the kit required, and we can give those needed kits, and then we bring them to our show. Like I really like the diversity. So we need to do more like needed, identify the needed kids and then make them success, and that is our real success going to be. So that's one of the goal. And then programmable art project is one of my pet project, like where I strongly believe like um, uh, like the success making the bright kid is like a little like elevating them is not the concept I always take it. I always pick the kid who is behind and then the lost and not able to cope up. I focus more on that kid and then bringing him and then present and then put very the same level as a bright kid what he think, right? So that's where I feel like success of my teaching, and then I feel proud of that one. And then today you have seen like almost all the kids are at the same level. So I mean the way they present and everything, I feel as of like first like yesterday's and today's, I feel like and I'm just like think it's there. We are almost there. And then the end of the day, I like I feel like we are all we reached our goal. And then keep the same motivation. Club leaders from all the new clubs like Shravya from Loudoun County, they are going to step up and then run more workshops in that area to bring the needed kids into the club. And same thing with Anish from Ashland. So already like Ashland club with yesterday's event and today's event, and they're receiving lot of requests to to enrollment request from Boston. I would like to make one quick note on this one. Even though the Ashland the club is very new and we just started like this year. I was like when Rachel was mentioning like about, oh, your club attended the UMass Virtual University, they called. And I was thinking like what does that mean? Like yesterday they got emails from the UMass University, and they got 4 ribbons for their Maker Faire project, blue ribbons for their Maker Faire projects. The 4 big projects, like like that 2,500 applications came for UMass Virtual Maker Faire, and imagine 4 of our projects picked. I'm very proud, and it's like it's great going. Yesterday you guys have seen Anish presentation that has been picked, and I feel very happy for the kids. They are taking every up they are looking at what is coming it, and they are applying it and then making use of it. That's the great going it. I quickly go through because we have 1 minute. We have next presenter, Meghana, and she's going to, yeah, 1 more minute. Let me quickly go through our Maker Faire presentations, and then you guys can, this is, we are going to distribute it. So this is our club leaders and different departments. Yeah. Let me speak. Let Shikesh go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ram. So yeah, while Ram is going through um, um, the yearbook, I also wanted to mention one important thing that we went through, or we learned, or we took advantage of is, I think Mr. Ram mentioned yesterday and today multiple times, but I also want to stress more that our club leaders have gone through extensive training program from Janet's workshops. Those are youth leadership programs at different levels. Janet conducts programs for leaders for the middle schoolers, for the high schoolers, and we have put our kids, the older kids, Sumi and Roshni, for the first time, I think a couple of years ago, and they finished 3 modules that included a service project. And actually, they were supposed to go to Ireland this year. We signed up for, unfortunately, because of the situation, it was canceled. So that is an international event where kids get to participate. I think it's a 1-week program where they get a lot of exposure to about different cultures, and they can always learn a lot more. So, and we have signed up a couple of our younger kids as well, who are in the middle school, for the similar program that is being conducted. That was supposed to be conducted in Washington D.C. And again, unfortunately, it was canceled this year. But we are looking forward for our kids to attend next year. The reason I'm mentioning is that's a very good program, and we strongly encourage all our club parents to look for the opportunity and then try to enroll your kids. That way they can take advantage of the leadership program. Thanks to Janet for making sure all kids get equal opportunity. And I think Janet mentioned yesterday in our speech, but Janet has been a mentor for our older kids to participate in the Congressional Award. That's another prestigious award that our club seniors are trying to work on. Hopefully, I mean, it's not an easy one. We went through like several iterations of questions. So Janet has been there for us all the time to help us, help our kids reach their goals, set the goals, and reach them. Thank you, Janet, again. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, especially from our club. All right, I think now, do we have the guest speaker ready? So we'd like to introduce, yeah, so I'm going to hand it back to Roshni to introduce our guest speaker. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, so now we are gonna. Okay, so now we're gonna introduce Meghna Tripat, and she's our guest speaker, and she's gonna be talking about quantum consciousness. So please give her a round of applause and a warm welcome.
Hi everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna share my screen now. Can everybody see the slides?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay. So hi everyone, my name is Meghna Tripat. Today I'd like to present on a topic that sits at the crux of quantum physics, neuroscience, and cell biology, and that is quantum consciousness. So also termed the quantum mind, this set of theories kind of posit that the inner workings of the brain are not just controlled by the classical physics that we see around us. Instead, it is believed that our brain cells actually contain energy that's more in line with quantum physics. So this quantum energy could possibly be the source of human consciousness and even that of universal consciousness, which I'll get into later. I'd just like to say that this presentation touches on some really innovative and mind-boggling theories and ideas that pertain to human life, our experiences, our connection to the world and each other. So if anything, my main goal here today is to incite an interest in quantum physics and its implications in many of you here today. So before getting into detail about quantum consciousness specifically, I kind of wanted to begin by explaining what exactly quantum physics is, and more importantly, contrast it with classical or Newtonian physics, which is the physics that many of us are more familiar with. Well, classical physics studies our world at the macroscopic or large scale. Quantum physics studies physics at a much smaller scale, specifically of these things called atoms. Atoms, one of which I've pictured here, are essentially small units that make up pretty much everything around us, including the air. So quantum physics is basically the physics or the physical properties of our world at this subatomic scale, which is what we call it. This basically means that quantum physics kind of studies how particles as small as atoms and smaller interact with both each other and their environment. Specifically, quantum physics likes to study subatomic particles, which are the particles that make up atoms, like electrons, which we see here in blue. Now, as I mentioned, classical physics studies things at that macroscopic scale, while quantum physics studies them at the subatomic scale. But there's another really important distinction between the two. In classical physics, things always have a certain position or state at a specific point in time. In quantum physics, however, it works a little differently, because things can exist simultaneously in many different states or positions, all of which are dictated by the laws of probability. Basically, a system or object can exist as state A, state B, or even an infinite number of states. And the system has a certain chance of existing as each one. This is what we would call superposition, or the superposition state. The idea that a system can exist in many different states, and the actual state is a sort of combination or sum of all these possibilities. This doesn't happen in classical physics, since it's believed that quantum superpositions only become impossible for objects much larger than atoms because of the effects of gravity on these macroscopic objects. So to expand a little on superposition and kind of give a good example to illustrate the idea, I'd like to speak about a really famous experiment, which is known as the double slit experiment. Basically, the scientists fired different particles and waves towards a wall with a sheet in between that had two slits, hence the name double slit experiment. It's in the setup that we see here. In the first round, the scientists fired individual chemical molecules at the wall, and they saw dots in the shape of the two bands that represented the two slits on the wall, resembled the two slits on the wall like we see here. When they fired radiation waves at the wall, they saw what we would call an interference pattern, which we see here, basically solid bands in the form of a pattern that did not resemble the two slits on the wall. This is very typical of waves because of wave interference. However, when the scientists fired light beams, which are made of individual particles called photons, the scientists actually found that the photons created an interference pattern, but still had the dot configuration. So they had the interference pattern that is very typical of waves, but they also had a dot configuration that's very typical of particles, and that's what we see here. This even happened when the photons were fired individually, so we know that they weren't interfering with each other. This experiment basically showed that photons can sometimes act like individual particles, they can act like waves, and sometimes they can act like both, depending on if they're being observed or what is being tested for. In essence, the photon kind of has a certain probability of acting like a particle, acting like a wave, or even take up properties of both, which basically displays the idea of superposition. So one more idea I'd like to introduce before getting into the crux of the theories is that of quantum decoherence, which goes hand in hand with superposition. Quantum decoherence happens when a system seemingly escapes this combination or superposition state it's in and collapses into one of its possible individual states, thereby exhibiting traits of only that state. So for example, in the case of the double slit experiment, had the photons only acted like particles and not created that wave interference pattern, then the photons would have collapsed into this particle state instead of maintaining that wave particle duality that the scientists actually observed. Now, this is a specific example where there are only two possible states, but in actuality, there is sometimes an infinite number of states. This is extremely important to the idea of quantum consciousness, and we'll see exactly how a little bit later. So now we get into one of the most well-known theories when it comes to quantum consciousness, and that is the orchestrated objective reduction theory, or OR for short. This theory was first brought about when a famous physicist named Roger Penrose wrote a book called The Emperor's New Mind, in which he kind of explored the idea of quantum vibrations in the human brain. Then, together with a neuroscientist named Stuart Hameroff, the two sort of revamped Penrose's original idea. In short, this theory basically states that there are quantum vibrations in the microtubules of our brain cells, or neurons. And these are responsible for consciousness, or the awareness of ourself and our surroundings. Before I get into the quantum mechanics, I just want to expand a little bit on what microtubules are. So here's a picture of a neuron or a brain cell. Basically, millions of these make up our brain, and are pretty much what allow us to function. So the microtubules are here in blue. They're the blue fibrous lines that I've circled here in red. Microtubules in the neuron are mainly responsible for transporting substances to different areas of the neuron, as well as ejecting or firing brain chemicals called neurotransmitters into the synapse of the neuron, which I'll get a little bit into later. So when we talk about the OR theory, it makes sense that microtubules may hold these quantum vibrations because of three main reasons. For one, microtubules are really well positioned near the ends of the neurons towards the synapse, which is the gap between two neurons, which I've circled here in the second diagram in orange. Neurons fire chemicals into the synapse, and then they get picked up by the next neuron. This is essentially how communication happens between neurons in your brain. For number two, microtubules are huge, and they make up a really big interconnected network or lattice type structure. So this essentially makes them really perfect for holding a lot of really complex quantum vibrations all happening at once. And the last reason, as I mentioned earlier, they are really involved with neuronal function, and more specifically synaptic function. So with that in mind, coming back to the OR theory, Penrose and Hameroff realized that microtubules would be the ideal location for quantum vibrations, and started to look more into how these vibrations would work and possibly lead to consciousness. So after research, they theorized that these quantum vibrations or particles are actually in a kind of superposition state in the microtubules. That's pretty much their resting state. When these quantum vibrations go through quantum decoherence, or that collapse into one specific state, they take on one of their possible states and subsequently trigger the neuron to fire and release these brain chemicals called neurotransmitters, which I showed earlier. The release of these brain chemicals then allow us to sense our environment and basically give us consciousness. So that is the main crux of the theory. On the other hand, they argue that if an individual temporarily dies or loses consciousness, the quantum vibrations are released from the microtubules into the surroundings. Only when this person is resuscitated do the quantum vibrations get channeled back into the microtubules. And this is what essentially sparks what is called a near-death experience. Now, when this theory first came out, it was generally regarded as somewhat out there. It garnered a lot of criticism from physicists and neuroscientists alike. The biggest criticism being that the brain is far too noisy and warm to accommodate these delicate quantum vibrations. However, shortly after, scientists and theorists all over the world actually started coming out with support for this theory. For example, the National Institute of Material Sciences in Japan actually found that there is evidence of warm quantum vibrations in the world, more specifically in plant chloroplasts, which are involved with photosynthesis, or plants making their own food, and the brains of birds, proving that some quantum vibrations could actually thrive in a warm, noisy biological environment. Another study done at MIT corroborated the OR theory as well, as the scientists found that EEG, or brainwave readings, actually appear to derive from some kind of deeper vibrations sourced at the microtubules, which is essentially what the OR theory is all about. A third study done at UPenn also found that anesthetics, which selectively erase consciousness, actually target the neuron microtubules, obviously suggesting that there is some kind of link between microtubules and consciousness. So that was really important. So due to studies like these, this theory has actually gained a lot of traction in recent years. So here is one of the most, in my opinion, interesting implications of the OR theory. The idea of universal consciousness, and more importantly, that we may all be connected to some kind of universal consciousness. So according to Dr. Penrose, the quantum vibrations in our neurons may interact with quantum vibrations in our environment through a process called entanglement. Entanglement was basically described by Albert Einstein as a spooky action at a distance. But it's essentially the seemingly far away or remote interaction of two or more quantum particles or parties. It can also be described as a lack of independence between the particles, so that if one particle is affected, the remote entangled particles are affected too. Thus, the quantum particles in our own microtubules could actually be connecting us to both the environment and even each other by entangling with other quantum particles around us, creating some kind of universal consciousness that everything in our environment is connected to. So for example, if there is, say, quantum decoherence or some kind of quantum collapse in my environment, this may lead to quantum decoherence of the quantum vibrations in my own microtubules, leading to alterations in my awareness and thoughts. That's an example. So if this is true, a lot of philosophers may argue that what we've called God and mysterious forces all these years, for thousands of years, may actually be connected to this universal consciousness, which is really incredible to think about. So I wanted to end with some of my thoughts on the OR theory and its connection to the multiverse theory. This theory essentially states that there are infinite universes in which all possible situations are currently happening. So, for example, there may be another universe where I'm giving this presentation to all of you in person, and there may be another universe where I'm not even giving the presentation at all. And all of these are happening at the same time with multiple me's or copies of me. Now, OR comes in because the quantum decoherence that occurs in our neurons may actually lead to the production of different universes or causes what I like to call branching. This branching leads to the creation of two slightly different universes where the quantum superposition state has collapsed into two different possibilities. So to give a really simplistic example here, say I'm hungry and I want a snack. At this point, my decision is a superposition of grabbing an apple or grabbing a banana. However, when quantum decoherence happens at this node point that we see here, the quantum vibrations collapse into two different possibilities. And subsequently, there is one universe created where I eat the apple and another one where I eat the banana. Now there are two different universes that can continue and branch again and again and again, leading to a vast amount of possible universes without violating the laws of physics, of course, like Schrodinger's wave equation. This is an extremely simple example, but it kind of displays my idea about how the OR theory may go hand in hand with the multiverse theory. So thank you so much for listening. I've put my email up on the screen. If any of you have any questions or inquiries, please shoot me an email and I'd be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For superposition, you can include some biblical references like how Christ was present at the same time. He was appearing for multiple people. And if you take or Gita, Lord Krishna was simultaneously present with the multiple gopikas.
Oh wow, that's very interesting.
Yeah, that is actually superposition.
Wow, I didn't know about that. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Meghna, for taking time and then presenting a great topic. This is one of the things we a couple of months ago, people talking about the quantum theory and all these things. I think you really knocked it out. And congratulations and good luck to now Meghna is part of Rutgers family. And you see she just finished high school. You see that, like, don't think she's like, you know, doing PhD or anything. She's like you guys. She just finished the high school. And the reason I introduced Meghna is I want to throw you guys the challenge. Like, you know, I know you guys are good presenter, but the bar is going high now. Like where to reach next, right? And I would like to thank you, Meghna's dad, Sudesh Takapat. He's part of this club. I just want to let you guys know, a lot of research, right? A lot of products. When you guys want to do it, like, you know, I'm not like, I gained some knowledge, but I always used to go and talk to him. Like, you know, he's a PhD in electrical and electronics. And then I always, like, we work together. I always used to ask him, like, hey, one of the kid wants to do this one. Sudesh, how can we do it? Like, you know, like he go with the very detail. We talk about it. We discuss it. Whenever we go coffee, we ask some project. So over the period, I gained it, and then a lot of your projects, like, you know, seeding his ideas as well. So thank you. Yeah, good job, Meghna.
Please give her a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you so much for listening.
The next project is Shreyas Kalidindi. His project is the Medicine Reminder, and he's from Loudon Innovation 4-H Club in Ashburn, Virginia. His project helps old people and patients to remind them to take their medicine in time and make them stay healthy. You can attach this project to a carry bag, walking stick, or anything else that you bring to a vacation. This project works by dressing buttons. The first button reminds them 3 times a day, and the second button reminds them to take their medicine 2 times a day. The third button reminds them 1 time a day. Please welcome Shreyas Kalidindi.
I'm going to share my screen now.
Can you speak a bit louder?
Okay. My name is Shreyas, and I'm from the Loudon Innovation 4-H Club. And my project is a Medicine Reminder project. The problem. I made this project because some old people and patients sometimes forget to take their medicines. And this project will remind them to take their medicines at a specific time. Who does it affect? One example is my great-grandparents. They're in the 90s and they have to take lots of medicines to stay healthy. And some medicines they have to take 2 or 3 times a day, and sometimes they forget and get sick. The solution to this problem was to create a medicine reminder using real-time clock info. This way, it will always alert them when to take their medicine. The components I used is a jumper wires, a real-time clock module, Arduino Uno, an LCD, an active buzzer, and an LED. How does this work? There are 4 buttons which will remind them based on different times that it is set to. And the first button does every 24 hours. The second button reminds them every 12 hours. And the third button reminds them every 8 hours. Then the last button is to quit the program. And these are my circuit diagrams. My future plan is this device. The doctor programmed the device while giving prescriptions. And in India, doctors write prescriptions on a paper and they tell them when to take medicines. And some patients, they forget or don't understand the writing and end up taking the wrong medicine. So I want to upgrade my device so that doctors can program it. Now I'm going to do my demo. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. I use the real-time clock module, and what this does, it tracks the time and date on the LCD display. And I used 4 push buttons, some jumper wires, a buzzer, and an LED.
Can you stop sharing your screen?
Okay. So this first button, it's going to remind you to take your medicine 3 times a day. And the second one, it reminds you 2 times a day. The third one, once a day. And when the reminder is ready to take, the buzzer will beep and the LED will flash for 1 minute. And if you want to stop that, you can press the 4th button and it will stop. Now I'm going to do the code. So the time right now is 1:27. So I'm going to change it to 1:28. So when it's 1:28, the buzzer will beep and the LED will flash. So now I'm uploading the code. And I'm waiting for 1 minute until it's 1:28. And on the computer, it's gonna show like 1:27, but after like 15 seconds, it's gonna show it 1:28 on the time, on the display. So now it's 1:28 on the computer, but it's not on the LCD.
Yeah.
But now it's on the, but now it came, so the buzzer is beeping and the LED is flashing. Any questions?
To go for lunch.
That was a great project, Shreyas. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. You did really well presenting. Good job.
Thank you.
Shreyas,
Okay.
it's a very great presentation, and I like your confidence, and then the concept is very important, right? Your project, the way you did it at your age, right, is amazing. And not only just doing it, right, the thinking, right? So the lot of people, like I spoke to a doctor like a couple of years ago. So she was saying exactly the same thing. A lot of adults, like I'm sure if Kiran Garu is here, right, he would love your product as well. The overdose is the biggest problem, right? Like and overdose, like not taking the medicine. It's like, they forget and they take the medicine. That's the lot of emergency deaths because of the overdose. And the way you made it, it's like, reminding them. Even I forgot a lot of times, like when I have to put eye drops, I forgot and I do the double eye drops. And the next day I can see like my eye is red because I overdosed the eye drops, right? And imagine the people at the older age, they are overdosing the medicine. It's a very great cause. And then we hope some, like, you continue, like making this more advanced, and then we can definitely showcase this one. I'll keep. Good presentation, great.
Yeah, I'll echo comment. Shreya said it was a great presentation. I really enjoyed your presentation, and the spacing and the way you take your time to explain each and every slide and how this device works is really great. Thank you.
Wait, Shreyas.
Yeah.
My dad, he wants us to collaborate it also.
it's so funny. Like he wants us to collaborate with everyone. So he thinks that it could like the reminder, it could like send a signal to the our car, and then it could like the medicines will be in the car and it goes to the room.
There you go. They're nice. Yeah. Krishna.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment, Shreyas. Nice presentation. Maybe if you could also display the name of the medicine on the LCD, it would be easier for the older citizens to identify, which medicine it is.
Yeah, that's going to be my future plan.
Very well. Thank you.
Oh, great voice.
Okay, so next we'll have Rohash Desai. He is from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and his project is called the Smoke Sensor, and it detects smoke and sends automated notifications. So please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. I'm just gonna share my screen. Okay, I'm Rohash Desai, and I'm going to 6th, and I'm from the Robbinsville Innovation Club. My project is the smoke sensor. The big problem. You all have probably heard of smoke. You also know that when you inhale it, it is bad for you and your lungs. It can also cause lung cancer and cause death. Smoke is generated during fire. Nearly 4,000 Americans die each year in house fires, and over 2,000 are severely injured. In only 3.5 minutes, the heat from a house fire can reach over 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. About 80% of all civilian deaths occur from fire in the home. Now, why did I make this? I kept asking myself, what is a big problem in the world? I kept asking myself, what can I make easily, what could be pretty cheap to make, and it should be good quality. The last thing should be that it is portable. It was the MQ2 sensor. It was perfect. What is the product? The project has 3 parts: a smoke sensor called the MQ2 sensor, the Arduino Mega 2560, and an LCD display. The input to the project is coming from an MQ2 sensor that measures the smoke in the air. The second part of the project is an LCD 16:2 screen that displays the level of smoke in the air. We constantly monitor the smoke levels in the air and display it on the LCD screen. The code in the Arduino Mega controls the input from the MQ2 sensor and output to the LCD screen. If the smoke level rises to a dangerous level, we alert the user by turning on the LED and flashing a danger sign on the LCD screen. So this is the product and internals. You can take like 10 seconds to look at it. Okay, and this is the code. You can also take like a little time to look at this stuff. Okay, so what is in the code? It might seem like a lot of code, but it is pretty simple. The display portion of the code controls the pins on the LCD screen. The RS pin allows me to select whether I want to send instructions or data to be displayed. When we are in data mode, I use the D5, D6, D7, and D8 pins to send data. The above pins are connected to the appropriate Arduino board so I can control the display and above pins. The code makes the MQ2 sensor sense the smoke in the air and continuously send a value to the Arduino Mega 2560. The value that also goes to the LCD, and it says the value, but if the value goes over 400, we turn on the LED and it glows, and the LCD labels danger. Now, these are some of the challenges. One of the main problems was when I had to decide what the smoke value is dangerous. I had to go to 10 different places to then decide the value to pass was 400. Another one of the main problems was when there was so many wires and one of them would make the whole thing not work. This was annoying, but I managed to pull through on the 13th try because I colored the wire, so it was easy. Thank you, 4-H and Robbinsville Innovation Club. I'll just take a minute to set up the demo, and I'll stop sharing screen. 1 sec. I'm just putting
Wait, you have parents like
yeah,
observing. Yeah,
always do this when parents are supervised to make sure you don't get hurt, and it'll keep it safe. So be parental supervised. Okay, so if you can see that, it says status and the value of smoke in the air. And let's put something that produces smoke. And if we somehow produce smoke and we put the MQ2 sensor near the smoke for a second, then it'll sense the smoke. And 1 second. And when this, I'm putting it near the smoke and this now.
Yeah, it is saying danger.
Okay, and then the LED glows for some time, and it says danger on the screen. Yeah, that's my demo. Thank you. Any questions?
Great job, Rojas. You did. I really loved the way you presented.
Yeah. Is there any questions or?
Yeah, Rohansh. It's like you made the like the whole thing as a complete project, like very nice. And this is one of the thing, right? Like the different, like typically we do not encourage kids to do any gas or smoke related, fire related, but he convinced. He said like his dad is always there to when he's experimenting and all. But like look at the common problem. Like how he came up and the confidence, the way he presented, that's really great. And the detail have gone through for all the work you have done is really like make me like uh, happy to see that one. And Rohan is our health officer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
The next project is Prabhu Neelam. His project is the Pixel Chaser, and he's part of the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. Pixel Chaser is a digital game developed using microcontrollers. Please welcome Prabhu Neelam.
Okay, I'm just gonna share my screen right here.
Okay.
Can you guys see that? Cause I don't know.
Yep. Speak a bit louder though. We can't really hear you.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Prabhu, and I'm gonna be a freshman this year, and I'm from the Robbinsville 4-H Innovation Club. And my project is the NeoPixel Game Chaser. So basically, about this game is that there's a ring light, and then there's 3 colors on the ring light. So you're trying to make the green light touch the yellow light and by pressing the button, and the goal is to try avoiding the red light by like pressing the button, making the green light go in the opposite direction. So finally, this game is for people who could be bored during this time of the pandemic and could help people with like hand-eye coordination. The components I used for this project was the Arduino Uno, 10K resistor, a breadboard, an Adafruit NeoPixel ring, a push button, and a few jumper wires. So this is the circuit design. You can see from the ring light, I have the D4 side connected to the data input on the ring light, and I put the power from the ring light to the positive side on the breadboard and ground from ground to the negative side on the breadboard. I also put 5 volts to the positive side from the Arduino Uno board and the breadboard, and I also put the ground to the negative side. And I put the 10K resistors connected to the push button so it could protect the push button from like getting too much information. and the connections I used, I just explained. And this is what it looks like from the inside of the box. You can see I shouldered all the wires, so everything's connected. And that's what it looks like from the outside. You can see the 3 lights and the button. And this is the program flowchart. So basically, if you press the button, it will start like the game, and then if you click the button, it will make the green light go in the opposite direction. And if you hit the red light, the game automatically stops. And if you just press and hold the button, it'll reset everything. But if you're able to get the yellow button, it'll continue the game, and as the game progresses, it'll start to go faster and faster. And that's the demo. I'll show a live demo. You see that right here. You see that. See, if I just press it, it goes in the opposite direction. And you can see as the game goes on, it starts to get faster and faster. And after you hit the red light, it'll show your score. And if you just like hold and press the button, it'll just reset everything. And it's not done. No. Thank you, and any questions?
Okay.
Great project, Pablo. Everyone please give him a round of applause.
Good job, Prabhu. It's one of the, like, the kids who are interested in the gaming and all these things, right? So like this is one of the unique item what we have it, like, build your own game, right? Like a lot of people, they build a game using, like, the computer programming and all these things. So we are bringing back towards, like, it's like, physical computation, right? Interaction is very important. Now everything becoming iPhone, right? People are playing things in iPhone and all, right? The physical touch and then interactivity is very important for the brain growth and everything, right? So this is kind of a reverse engineering, taking it back to the olden days, and then using the sensors, using the latest technology, and then make it more sophisticated, like, playing with the 2 friends, right? Like that. I think what's your next plan on this one? You're thinking about it?
So I'm thinking about putting like a Bluetooth thing, so you can just create an app and it'll control everything from there. And I'm also thinking about making it a little bit bigger, so the red light will also chase the green light, so it becomes a little bit more harder.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Like basically you can have a friend and they can play it, and then charter, this can be one of your, like, Saturday science event night, like, you can put it and then kids can come and then play. So like, I know when last time when you asked it, like, this is one of the item we can able to give it to you, so then you can showcase it and then see where we can take it. Like it's someone using this thing would be I will be more than happy to, like, see that. So like, once you have things properly, then we can hand it over to Chad, and then he can showcase that, like, for, because he deal with a lot of kids, and he runs the Saturday science program and all these things. This can be one of the showcase to play around with that kind of things.
Hey.
Okay, who is next?
Sorry. So next up we have Isha Madhusudan, and she's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and her project is called I'm Here. This project helps prevent noise induction hearing loss. It tells you when the noise is too loud or if it's just right. Noise-induced hearing loss can't be completely stopped, but this project will help improve the problem. So please give her a warm welcome and a round of applause.
One sec, I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, can you speak a little bit louder? Your audio's a bit slow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Hi, I'm Misha Madhusudhan, and this is my project. I'm here. I'm from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and I'm going to 9th grade. Background. A new analysis from a nationally representative health interview and examination survey found that nearly 1 in 4, 24% of US adults aged 20 to 69 years has features of his or her hearing test in one or both ears that suggest noise-induced hearing loss. Other statistics say, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, almost 2 out of 10 adults in the United States between ages of 2 and 90 have permanent hearing loss due to excessive noise exposure. And after a loud event, such as a concert, football game, no hearing usually returns within hours to a few days. However, repeated exposure to loud noises eventually causes damage to the inner ear permanently. So the main problem that I'm trying to fix is that loud noises causes so much damage for the inner ear. And this is permanent, you can't fix it. And in order to prevent this, I created a project that lets the user know when to stop listening to certain noises in certain areas. So these potential users will use this like traffic light system in order to see if the noises are too loud or not to prevent permanent ear damage. So this is my project, and it will sense the amount of noise in the area and notify the person through the blinking of LED lights depending on how loud the sound is. For example, if the noise is really loud, then the red LED will blink. And if it's like medium-ish, then it will blink the yellow LED. And if it's quiet, then the green LED will light up. Here's another picture. So the components of my project are the Arduino microcontroller, a big sound sensor, LEDs, jumper wires, and a breadboard. I know this is really simple, but I plan to upgrade it. For example, I want it to be a little smaller with like a mini microcontroller so that it could be compactable and you could bring it everywhere. I also wanted to attach to a piece of jewelry, for example, like a bracelet, so that you can wear it and you could still bring it everywhere, and it might even be a fashion statement. And I also want to add an LCD screen to depict the amount of decibels in the area and possibly say how much time the user can listen to those sounds for. Like, for example, 85 decibels is like a good amount, but if you listen for that many decibels, like for more than an hour each day, it can damage your inner ear. So this is my code, and it says like the input for the sound tester has to be this number in order for the LEDs to light up. And this is more code to set how the LED should blink and everything. Yeah, and now I'm gonna do my live demo. Can you guys see this is a big sound sensor, right? And then these are the LEDs.
Come off the screen share so we can spotlight you real quick, okay?
Okay.
There you go, you're good.
Yeah, can you guys see the LEDs lighting up? Or sorry, the yellow one, because I'm talking. And it's like,
yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, so since I'm talking and it's like medium sound, the yellow LED will light up, and it should stop when the green, it started blinking when I stopped talking. right? And I need to set the code so that the red LED will blink, but if it's like a really loud noise, it will blink. Like, for example, like a bang or something. And that's my project.
I loved how you presented. You presented really well. Give a round of applause, everyone. Good job, Isha.
Thank you.
I would like to give a comment. Maybe you can integrate this with a signal system at the road junctions. And if the voice goes up majorly, it's a major problem in Indian cities. People start, when the light is going to yellow, they'll start honking. So you can integrate this with that, and if the decibel noise goes up, the signal will reset again to red. So that kind
Yeah,
of,
that's a good idea. Yeah.
maybe you can do.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
The next person is Vikyat Ginjapalli, and his project is the UV intensity sensor, and he's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. The UV intensity sensor will help people avoid being harmed by the sun's UV rays. It will do this by beeping to let them know when the UV intensity is too high. Please welcome Vikyat.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Okay, so hi, my name is Vikyat Ginjupuli and I'm in 8th grade and I'm in the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. My product is called the UV intensity sensor. The problem it solves is that when many people go outside thinking it's not too hot, they could actually end up getting sunburned or even dehydrated. In fact, about 75% of skin problems are caused by extreme UV exposure. And the age group that most commonly has a heat-related illness is 55 to 64. You could also get heat exhaustion, skin cancer, dehydration, nausea, and heat stroke. One way to prevent this is by checking the temperature, but it won't tell you the light intensity of the sun's rays. Another way to stop this is by putting on sunscreen, but sunscreen won't block all of the sun's UV rays. Why I made this. Sometimes checking the weather forecast to go outside isn't always the best option because it won't tell you the light intensity of the sun's rays. And sensing light intensity is the best way to know if it's safe to go outside. And it could also prove to be helpful to many different people all over the world or wherever it could be like really hot. And this is a drawing of my circuit. And this is a picture of my circuit, so you can look at it for like 10 seconds. And so this is my code. And the first line shows that 13 is where the positive side of the LED or buzzer goes. So that's where it will receive the signal from the photoresistor. And A0 is where one side of the photoresistor goes. And that's where it'll be sending the signal to the buzzer or LED. And here 670 is the light resistance. So the buzzer will only beep if the UV intensity is above 670. The product. The UV intensity sensor will sense the UV intensity around it and tell you when it's too high. This way you will know when it's okay to go outside and when it's not. And some future advancements are like, I'm planning on making it more accurate so it can sense like the different types of UV light. But this is a photoresistor right here, and this is the buzzer. So here are some pictures of the building process so you can look at them for like 10 seconds. And this picture, this drawing is how I thought my circuit would look like. And this is a drawing of how I thought the exterior was going to look like. And some of the components I used are a breadboard, Arduino board, one active buzzer, some jumper wires, one photoresistor, a 9-volt battery, 2 resistors, some female to male DuPont wires, and one snap-on connector clip. So now I'm going to do my live demo. Give me a minute. Okay. Okay, so right here, this is my product. And so I'm gonna turn off the lights so like you can see the difference. And when I plug it in, right now it's not gonna beep because it's not sensing the required amount of light intensity. But when I turn the lights on, it'll start beeping because it's sensing the light intensity around it. So the way it works is when the photoresistor senses the required amount of light intensity around it, it'll send a signal to the buzzer, which is over here. And then when the buzzer receives the signal, it'll beep, telling the person who's using the device that it's not safe to go outside at that time. So yeah, thanks for listening to me. Does anyone have any questions?
Great job. Can you see me? Great job, Vikit. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. You presented really well and confidently. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Okay. Great job. I think we're going to go on to the next one. So everyone, please welcome Samit Karapakula Umesh. He's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. His project is called the White Cane, and the White Cane is assists pedestrians from accidents. So please give him a warm welcome and a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna share my screen real quick.
Okay.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So hi, my name is Samit, and I'm from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and my product is called the White Cane. So the problem. Crossing a road on a normal day can be dangerous, but for blind people, it can be even dangerous. Many of the 39 million blind people have a hard time crossing the road. They don't have a vision of what is going on around them. Almost 22% of the total road deaths are caused by pedestrians walking across the street. If this goes on, it might be one of the top leading causes of death, not only in our country, but in the entire world. There's a huge need for a safer process. My product, the White Cane, will help blind people or even normal pedestrians cross busy streets filled with vehicles safely. My product contains an ultrasonic sensor to sense any obstacle in the way of pedestrians. Based on how far or near it is from the side of the road, one side of the road to the other side, the green, yellow, or red LED will light up to alert the pedestrian. While there are LEDs that are lighting up, a buzzer will also buzz at a certain frequency of sound representing the red, yellow, or green. Why I made it. So I mainly made it for blind people to make their lives easier crossing a road. And also I made it because many times in many areas, there aren't road signs alerting the drivers if there's a blind person in the area, like these ones, this one, and this one. And sometimes there are also some bad drivers on the road. It might be like meeting with accidents, or might be a lot of traffic, or just like accident happens when you're driving. So that is a danger too. Some challenges I faced during doing this project was coding the right functions. I had to constantly like perform trial and error, like enter in a code and then run it and see if it works, and then enter in another code and see if it works. So I had to keep trying again and again. And also sometimes the circuit's wires and sensor would burn out, or the microcontroller would heat up. So I had to like replace the wires and do it all again sometimes. And sometimes I had connectivity problems with the port, so it was hard to connect the actual circuit with the computer to code it. So this is my code, the 3 sections of it. So in my void setup, I defined the pins. It's 2 o'clock. And in the void loop, I entered in the ultrasonic sensor and the buzzer and the LED. If you look in the second column, this is like the main part of it. So when the distance is less than 30, 25, or 20, a certain LED will light up, either the green, yellow, or red, and the buzzer will buzz at a certain KHC is how you measure the sound, either like 250, 270, 280, and it increases to like 300, which is for the red one. And the components I used was a microcontroller, the Arduino Mega 2560, a breadboard, jumper wires, male to female wires, ultrasonic sensor, a passive buzzer, LEDs, and 220 ohm resistors. So this is the pictures of my circuit, exterior, final product. Here's my exterior, my circuit inside the exterior with all the wires, and a few more pictures over here. And I also made a little demo over here just to show like where it would be useful. So future plans for this product is to incorporate voiceover instead of the buzzing. So so it would like the blind person can hear it like better instead of just the beeping, and capable of longer distance because some narrows are narrower and some roads are like wider, so to sense like a farther distance, and improved battery system also because it requires a lot of power, like 3 LEDs, the buzzer, and the sensor. So improved battery system would make the product better. So here's my demo video. And most importantly, please be safe while crossing the road. And I also want to thank the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club for giving me great advice and helping me with the circuit and the code. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Now I will demo my project. So. Can you guys see it?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, so I have a car over here, a toy car for demonstration. So as the car drives up into the lane, the LEDs will light up and the buzzer will buzz. And the LEDs, the red one, when it's super close, it will start buzzing like an alert sound because it's like dangerous. That's when you're not supposed to cross the road. And the yellow and green will just buzz like normally. So yeah, that's my project.
Great job, Summit. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. You presented really well on conference. So great job. You should be proud.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Nice model for the demonstration summit.
Thank you. Okay.
The next presentation is Sriram Uranani. Sriram Uranani's project is LED sound sensor, and he's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. And his project detects sound sensitivity and indicates with the LED signal. Please welcome Sriram.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sriram Ranini, and I am part of the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and my project is the LED sound sensor. The problem: if you don't know sign language, communicating with speech impaired person can be hard. There are 70 million muted people around the world, so if you ask a question, they can't reply to it. I made it because I wanted to find a simple way to ask questions and get an easy answer out of them. This is my circuit. So the AO on the sound sensor goes to the analog on the Arduino board, and the plus sign on the sound sensor goes to 5 volts on the Arduino board, and the ground on the sound sensor goes to the ground on the Arduino board. The components I used is Arduino Mega 2560 board, Arduino sound sensor, a red LED, and female to male jumper wires. So I'll do the live demo right now. And then if I clap, this LED will light up. That is my project. Does anyone have any questions?
Great project, Sriram. Please give him a round of applause. I loved your presentation. Okay, I think we're gonna move on to the next person. So next is Sanjana Gorantala, sorry. Sanjana Gorantala, she's from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. Her project is called MASD. MASD is a motion activated sound detector. So please give her a round of applause and a warm welcome.
Okay, so I'm Sanjana Gorantala. I'm going to 8th grade. I'm from Mercer County, and I'm from the Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club. And my project is called MASD, which is an abbreviation for a motion activated sound detector. So this is the introduction. My project is a carryable device that people can use on a daily basis to protect themselves from kidnappers or smugglers. It is called MASD, which is an acronym, which I told you before. My target audience are like the people who live in like urban communities and areas where stealing and robberies and kidnapping is like common. So the problem I'm trying to solve are like robberies and kidnappings. Did you know that there were 319,356 robberies in 2017 nationwide? There have been between 2.3 and 2.6 million robberies in the US. There were 412,394 missing children cases in 2019. There are 600,000 people who are kidnapped each year in the US. So this is about the use and how it works. People can use this device when they are traveling or going somewhere or anywhere dark. This device plays a song when it detects motion. You can attach it to anything you can carry or use, such as like a handbag or a backpack. I coded it to play a song instead of making an alarming noise because that would make the enemy less suspicious and think you're just playing a song while sneaking up on you, and you can like make a run for it and stuff like that. And these are like the pictures and like the process of how I was making it. And that's like the circuit. So the big components I used here is the PIR motion sensor. They allow you to sense motion, and they can sense whether a human moved in or out of their sensor range. They are often referred to as passive infrared sensors or pyroelectric sensors. The passive buzzer is also a big component in my circuit. This buzzer can make music and is used to generate sound. And this is more info on PIR sensors. They can automate opening and closing doors. They can automate all outdoor lights, automate lights of basements, gardens, or covered parking areas. They can also automate lift lobbies or common staircases lights. And they can also detect presence of humans, and like I said before, and raise an alarm. And they can also create a smart home automation and security system. So some obstacles I face, I mean, these are really simple obstacles, but yeah, my project was going to originally include a piezo buzzer, but I didn't have one, so I replaced it with a passive buzzer, and it actually worked. And my project was made for sensing motion, but I accidentally used like a ultrasonic sensor, but that was but an ultrasonic sensor senses like sound waves instead of like motion, so I replaced it with a PIR sensor. And the components I used were an Arduino board, a breadboard, jumper wires, a PIR motion sensor, a passive buzzer, battery, and code. So I'm going to do my demo now. Give me a second.
Sanjana, you can stop sharing your screen, then we can.
Okay. Okay. So that's my circuit over there. And I'm going to plug it into the battery. And I'm going to wait a few seconds. And this right here is the passive sensor, the PIR sensor. So if I can, I'm just going to move. Oh. Just give me a sec. Yeah. You might recognize the song. It's kind of old, but it's just a song. So yeah, that's nice thing. Yeah, they'll go back to the slides. Yeah. So this is just about like the functions. So first I connected the PIR motion sensor to the Arduino board with jumper wires, and I connected the passive buzzer to the breadboard and Arduino board. Thirdly, I wrote the code and connected it to the Arduino board. And in my code, I told the passive buzzer to play a tune from a song when the PIR sensor detects motion and stops when the motion stops. And I put my device in this carryable case that I customized, but I didn't put it in today because I'm demoing my circuit. So it goes like that, and the passive buzzer needs to be on the outside. So this is the case. And in the future, I plan on using Bluetooth to connect your phone to the MASD and send a message to your phone if the MASD detects any motion instead of the passive buzzer. So yeah, that's my project. Let me stop screen sharing.
Great project, Sanjana. Please give a round of applause. You presented really well.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for her?
Yeah, good presentation, Sanjana. Very confident. I see a lot of improvement the way you present delivered. It's a great. Keep up the good work. Yeah, excellent.
Thank you.
The last presentation is Sri Charan Chaka. His project is Aquaplant, and he's from Loudon Innovation in Ashburn, Virginia. The name of his project is called Reminder. It is a helpful tool for people who forget to do things. So please welcome Sri Charan.
I'm going to share my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yep, yes, we can.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sri Charan Chaka. I'm a 7th grader, and I'm from Robbinsville Innovation 4-H Club, and my project is called The Reminder. So the problem. Did you ever thought that you forgot something but you can't remember it? It is said that people forget 70% in a day and 90% in a week. That is a lot of forgetting, and I want to solve this problem. Why I chose this problem? I chose this problem because I forget to do things like forgetting to do my homework, forgetting to water my plant, and forgetting to join my Zoom and Google Hangout meetings. The super solution. This is the solution. Reminder. This is a helpful tool that will remind you whenever you need to do something. Just turn it on whenever you need to, and it will keep on reminding you for every 24 hours. This is a very neat product for just $26.79. How I built this. All the materials that I used are cardboard, Arduino Mega 2560, a piezo buzzer, a green LED, 220 ohm resistor, a 9-volt battery or any power source, and male to female jumper wires. So this is a circuit. So what I did was I connected the buzzer to pin 2 on Arduino and negative to GND, and the LED, the positive side to pin 3 on the Arduino, and the negative side to GND with a 220 ohm resistor. So the code. So here I define LED as pin 3 and buzzer as pin 2. And here I said that LED is an output and buzzer is also an output. So in the loop, I said buzzer is equal to high, so that means the buzzer will buzz. And delay 5,000 means that it'll buzz for 5 seconds. And then the buzzer is low, that means the buzzer will stop buzzing. And then the LED part is just like a pattern of when the LED lights up. And then it repeats that for 24 hours. So it's the final product. So who can use this product? People who can use this product are people who have Alzheimer's, everyone in the world who forget to do stuff. So in the future, I want to make an app so that you can tell the product at what time you want the product to remind you to, and also add a membrane switch module so that you can actually punch the time you want to remind it to. So thank you, 4H. Thank you, 4H, for giving me this great opportunity to present my project. Thank you, Ram Uncle and Sukesh Uncle, for helping me out. Now I'm going to give you a demo. So it takes a little bit of time to load up. So what it's going to do is the buzzer is going to buzz up. So now the buzzer is buzzing up, and now the LED is going to light up. So the LED is lighting up, and then it should buzz again. So yeah, that's my product. Does anybody have any questions?
Great job, Sricharan. It came out really, really well. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Anyone have any questions or comments?
Sri Charan, good presentation. Like, the effort is very important. Whether the project is big or small is not the thing. Like, how detailed you did it. That's what the matter, right? Like, the taking in the remote time, right? Not everybody can able to do big project or anything, right? So, but like the project he took it, and then like he made it very detailed, the code, and he knows exactly what it is. So it's good going. And then the next year we are going to do a bigger project, like bigger, and like think about it, like what the best we can do for Alzheimer, right? So everybody, they have their own unique area of interest, right? So there we can able to do keep thinking it, like you have always, you have to start with a small thing, right? So then you keep thinking, adding small components, right? Then it will become a big idea. So the good thing. And I think that's I'm very happy to see all the projects and everything. And yeah, I pass it on to Sukesh for the conclusion.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Ram. Great job, all the kids. I would like to request all the parents to come up in front of the cameras if you're available.
Yes, all the kids with the t-shirts, please make sure all of you guys come to the camera. So we'll have a photo, and it's a time to celebrate it, right? Like, I know I'm so nervous, like,
Yay, we're
like,
done.
I know. I might have stressed out, like, you see my stress levels when Sumi presented her experiment. Everybody think like, oh, it didn't work. But when she attached to me, the stress level went up. So it's a, like, it's a great, like, a lot of hard work, like a lot of people. And I really thank you, Chad and Janet, staying and then watching all these encouraging kids. And Andre keep on sending, like, the kids, like, feedback. And then he gave a great opportunity for Meghana, who came and presented. He offered her a internship program. So that's a great, that's the very important when you
I was
present
so impressed. It
There you
was
go.
excellent. And everybody is excellent. Actually, this is offered to all of you. If you like to look at our website, we have internships all over, different positions. So I think that Ram and Sukesh did a miracle. Thank you so much. Beautiful work. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Andre. All right. Yep. We're waiting for a few more cameras to turn on. If you don't mind, please turn on. That way we can take a group Zoom picture.
Yeah, please, everybody, like, let our logo appear. Okay. Yeah, move little your hair like that, and then we worked so hard to show up the logo, right? So yeah, everybody, like, let's see. And then this is a great moment. And then next year we start, like, planning ahead, like, okay, so a lot more. So Amuda, Sri Charan, please turn on camera. We can have a picture. Uncles are taking it. Yes.
Yep. All right. We'll
All right.
take in a couple seconds. Whoever can come, please turn on. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. We got one. We're gonna go for another one. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. 1 second. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah. This is
All right.
Good.
Yep, we are good. Thank you all. Thanks again. It's not easy to coordinate such a big event without all of your help. Thanks to all the parents who supported their kids, and looking forward for another fruitful year. All right. I don't know. I don't think we have much weekend left, but whatever is left, please enjoy.
Before we finish it, right? I know I don't leave it like that. Yearbook is submission due today. So I know somehow I will try to get a week extension from unofficially. Chad is not listening in. So we'll request Altera and Chad 1 week extension. I know you guys work very hard. So make sure that's the yearbook is very important. All your story when they put, the Chad and Altera, they are going to read, they are very detailed. They go through, they give comments and all those things, and there are like an award for yearbook and everything. So now you have a good story right in the yearbook, right? So use your skill. Please fill the yearbook, and then they are nominating these yearbooks to the state level. So I was very kind of like disappointed last year. None of our yearbook went into the state level. So with all this hard work, like I'm expecting, like I'm hoping some miracle stories are going to reach to the state, and then see what we are doing it, right? So you have great story. It's just a matter of putting on the paper, right? If you don't put the paper, they don't know, right? So you just put on the paper. So give us some gift, write a nice thing, and if you get selected, I will be very happy. And then I'm very happy with Ashland got 4 blue ribbons. Like, they already have a celebration. They're asking me to come for barbecue. Okay, good job, guys. Good job. Okay, see you all next year.
Bye.
Bye.
Great job, everyone. Bye.
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 Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.